Good evening, my fellow night creatures. Tonight, I bring you a special piece of lore, the 10-year war, Titanomachy. Listen to the story of the battle between the Titans and Greek gods. Afterwards, we'll explore many interludes describing duels that occurred in the middle of the 10-year war. Part 1. The Age of Cronus. Chapter 1. The Sickle and the Sky. Before there were gods who could be called young, before Olympus had a name or a summit to be named for, there was only the marriage of sky and earth, and it was not a kind marriage. Ouranos came down upon Gaia every night, spreading himself over her entire circumference, the way a lid comes down over a jar, sealing her in. And he did this not from love grown stale, but from something closer to fear, worn as habit. Gaia's body was vast beyond the reckoning of any creature born after her. Mountains were the knuckles of her hands, rivers ran in the grooves of her palms, and within her she carried children, and more children, and her children were not small. The first were the Titans, 12 of them, huge and bright and terrible, in the way that anything genuinely new is terrible. Oceanus, who would become the river encircling all things. Hyperion, who walked with light already gathering at his brow before there was a sun to justify it. Cronus, youngest of the 12 sons, and the most patient. 6 sons, 6 daughters, Theia, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, Phoebe, Tethys, and each of them large enough to rearrange the shape of the young world, simply by sitting down in it. Gaia might have been satisfied with these, but the womb does not consult the mind, and she went on to bear the 3 Cyclope, Brontes, Steropes, Arges, Thunder and Lightning, and the Bright One, each with a single eye set in the center of his forehead, like a furnace door, and each of them a smith beyond any smith who would come after, though there was no metal yet worth the naming, and after them, worse in Uranus's eyes, or perhaps merely more honest, for these 3 were exactly what fear looks like when it is finally given shape. She bore the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones, Cottus, Briareus, Gyges, each with 50 heads and 100 arms apiece, storms of limbs, small mountains of muscle and intention. Ouranos looked upon these last children and did not see sons. He saw the end of himself. This is the trouble with fathering something larger than your own comprehension. You cannot love what you cannot hold in your mind all at once, and what you cannot love, if you are frightened enough, you begin to imagine destroying. Ouranos did not destroy them. He could not destroy them. Nothing that Gaia bore could simply be unmade, not by him. Instead, he did what a coward does when he lacks the courage even for his own cruelty. He hid the evidence of it. As each terrible, beautiful child was born, Ouranos gathered it up and thrust it back into Gaia's own body, down into the hidden folds of her, down into the place the poets would later call Tartarus, though it did not yet have that name or that shape. And he sealed it there. And he called this a kind of victory. Gaia bore this because a mother bears what she must, but bearing is not the same as forgiving, and what grew in her was not grief alone. It was iron. It was resolve, dense and folded, layer on layer, the way stone becomes stone. She went to her children, to those still with her, still free, the 12 Titans who had not yet been thrust back into the dark, and she showed them a thing she had made. A great curved blade of gray flint, terrible in its plainness, and she said, "One of you must be willing to do what a father should never require of a son." She held the sickle out before her, and it is worth imagining what that moment must have looked like from below. From the vantage of children who had never yet been asked to do anything larger than exist. A mother built on the scale of the whole visible world, arm outstretched, offering not a gift, but a duty. In a hall lit by nothing but the ordinary half-dark of an age that did not yet have a sun to call its own. Oceanus was the first to speak, and what he said, in the fullest tellings, was not refusal exactly, but something more like an honest accounting of his own nature. That his gift was breadth, not edge. That he could encircle a thing, hold it, wear it down across an age of patient pressure. But he did not have in him whatever it took to end a father, in a single decisive stroke. And he would not pretend otherwise, merely to spare his mother the asking. Hyperion looked at the blade, and looked away entirely, and said nothing at all, and his silence was its own answer. Coeus spoke of the curse that would surely follow such an act, for even then, before it had happened, some of the elder Titans seemed to sense the shape of the pattern they were being asked to begin. And Creus agreed with him, and for a moment it seemed the sickle might simply lie there, offered and unaccepted, a plan that would die from nothing more dramatic than everyone's collective unwillingness to be the one who carried it out. It was Rhea, in some of the oldest tellings, who first turned to look at her youngest brother, not because she expected him to answer where the elder sons had not, but because his silence, unlike theirs, did not read as refusal. Cronus had said nothing through the whole exchange, and it was a different silence than Hyperion's. Not an averted gaze, but a stillness that seemed, even then, to already know what it would eventually do, and was simply waiting for the asking to finish being asked. The elder sons looked away. It is not cowardice, always, to look away from a mother's grief. Sometimes it is only the honest recognition that you are not built for what is being asked. But Cronus, the youngest, the one who had watched his brothers vanish back into the dark, one by one, and had learned patience the way water learns the shape of a stone, by pressing against it for 1,000 years. Cronus took the sickle into his hand. He did not speak when he took it. Gaia, in the tellings that dwell longest on this moment, said only one thing more to him before he turned to go and make his preparations. And it is a line that reads very differently once the whole rest of this account is known. She told him that a blade taken up in defense of the wronged does not by itself make the one who wields it good forever after. That the taking up was the easy part, and what came after, across all the long age still to come, would be the truer measure of him. Cronus, the tellings say, nodded as though he had heard this and understood it, though nothing in the age that followed suggests the warning ever fully took root in him the way his mother had hoped it would. He hid himself that night at the threshold of his mother's body, in the place where Uranos always came down to lie with her, and he waited with the particular stillness of something that has decided, and having decided, no longer needs to hurry. The night around him, in that age before ages had proper names, carried none of the ordinary sounds a later world would fill it with. No wind yet shaped by mountains still unformed. No sea yet restless with the tides that would come, once the moon had a settled path to keep. There was only the vast waiting quiet of a world, holding its breath alongside the god, crouched at its threshold. When Uranos descended, spreading his great star-strewn self over Gaia, as he always did, trailing night behind him like a garment, Cronus rose from the dark and struck. There is no gentle way to tell this part, and the old poets did not try to make it gentle. He seized his father and cut him, and what fell from that wound fell in two directions at once, as though even the violence of it could not decide where it belonged. Some of what spilled fell upon the earth, and where it touched Gaia's soil, new things rose from her. The Erinyes first, the Furies, born already knowing the shape of vengeance, because vengeance was the very substance of their conception. Then the giants, armored from birth, because a wound this old would need warriors to answer for it eventually. And the Meliae, the ash-tree nymphs, quieter children, born of violence the way certain flowers are born of fire. And some of what fell instead into the sea, into the restless grey plain of Pontus. And there it did something stranger. It gathered itself. It foamed. And out of that foam, Aphros, the old word for it, the word that would give her name to the goddess forever after, Aphrodite rose, already grown, already whole, already terrible, in an entirely different register of terrible than her siblings, because desire is its own kind of violence, and no one has ever agreed on how to defend against it. Uranos, wounded and driven back, withdrew himself from Gaia's body forever. Sky and earth were separated, truly separated, for the first time. And there was room now for something to happen between them that was not simply Uranos' weight pressing down. There was room, in other words, for history. Uranos, retreating into the height he would occupy from then on, did what dying fathers and defeated kings have always done. He cursed his successor with the same shape of prophecy that had undone him, as though violence, once it has found a form that works, is reluctant to try any other. He told Cronus, and the earth heard it and remembered it, the way earth remembers everything, that he too would be overthrown by his own child, that the sickle would find its answer in a son not yet born, that this was not an ending but the first turn of a wheel that does not stop simply because one spoke of it has passed. Cronus heard this and did not believe it, or believed it, and decided belief changes nothing. Or perhaps, and this is likelier, if we are honest about what fear does to even the newly triumphant, believed it entirely and completely, and let it lodge in him like the sickle's own edge, permanent, waiting. He freed none of his siblings from the dark. That is the detail the poets do not let us look away from. He had committed an act of liberation and mercy toward his mother, and the very first thing he did with the freedom it bought him was refuse to extend it any further. The Cyclopes stayed buried. The 100-handed ones stayed buried. Only the 12 Titans walked free in the new-lit space between earth and sky, and among them Cronus took the throne and took his sister Rhea to wife, because that too was simply the shape the world had in that age. Sister answering to brother, the family closing its own circle rather than opening outward to anything new. He called it the Golden Age, and for a long time it very nearly was. The Titans set the sun and the paths of the stars, though these were early and imperfect drafts of what light and time would eventually become. Oceanus wound himself around the whole disk of the world. Themis began the long work of deciding what fair should mean, in a universe that had never needed the word before. There was harvest without death yet properly defined, and feast without the particular ache that comes from knowing a feast will end. But Cronus sat upon his throne with his father's curse coiled inside him, like something swallowed but never digested. And every child Rhea bore him, he watched with the single narrowing attention of a king counting enemies before they have even learned to lift their heads. He was waiting, the way his mother had once waited. He had simply chosen, being his father's son after all, whatever the sickle had tried to sever, to wait in the posture of a jailer rather than the posture of the wronged. And so it was, in the fullness of that golden and already souring age, that Rhea knew she was pregnant again, and knew, with the particular dread that only a mother in that house could know, exactly what her husband intended to do about it. Chapter 2. The Swallowed Children. The first child was a daughter, and Rhea named her Hestia, and there was, in the moment of her birth, a heartbeat of ordinary joy in that palace on the slopes of what would later be called Mount Othrys. A heartbeat only, because Cronus was already moving. He did not rage. That is important to understand about Cronus, and it is the thing that made him more frightening than his father, rather than less. Ouranos had acted from a spasm of fear, sudden and violent and, in its way, almost human. Cronus acted the way a man balances a ledger. He crossed the room. He took the infant from her mother's arms with the same steady hands he used for everything, and he opened his mouth, and he swallowed her whole. Rhea's scream did not stop him. Nothing was built into Cronus that could be stopped by a scream. He had decided, long before this child was born, exactly what he would do with every child who came after her, and decisions of that kind, made in advance and rehearsed in the dark corridors of a fearful mind, are far harder to interrupt than decisions made in the heat of a single moment. A sudden rage can be startled out of itself. A cold plan has already survived every objection, because the one who made it made all the objections first, alone, and answered them all with the same iron patience. He told Rhea, as if it were a kindness to explain, that he had heard his father's curse and intended to outwait it. A child that has never drawn a free breath cannot grow. A child kept in the dark of its father's own body cannot conspire, cannot gather allies, cannot lift a blade. He was not, he informed her, going to make his father's mistake of hiding his enemies at a distance, in the earth, where they might one day be found and freed by some sympathetic hand. He would keep his enemies closer than that. He would keep them inside himself, where no one, not even Gaia, not even time, could reach them. It was, in its horrible way, a coherent plan. That did not make it survivable to watch. Demeter came next, and went the same way. Then Hera, then Hades, then Poseidon. Each one lifted, each one wept over for the space of a breath, by a mother who had learned by now not to hope, and each one gone down into the dark of their father in turn, joining sisters and brothers they would not properly meet for a generation, sealed in a place stranger even than Tartarus, because Tartarus at least was Earth, and Earth has always, eventually, given up what it swallowed. No one knew yet whether a god's own body would do the same. Rhea did not rage either in the end, though she had every right to. She did something more useful. She began quietly, in the parts of herself that even a husband as watchful as Cronus could not fully see into, to plan. She went to her mother. Gaia had waited a very long time already, waited through Uranus's cruelty, waited through the sickle, waited through the long, slow souring of a golden age into something with a jailer's face on it. And she recognized in her daughter's grief the shape of her own old grief, the family likeness of it, the way a wound can be inherited even when the exact injury is new. She had, besides, never stopped loving the children still sealed away in the dark beneath the world, the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones, and she had never fully forgiven Cronus for freeing himself and no one else. A mother who has watched one husband bury her children and one son refuse to unbury. The rest does not require much persuading to begin. At last, working against both of them. Together, Gaia and Rhea began to shape a way out. Not a rescue. It was too late for that, for 5 children already gone down into their father's body. But a prevention. One more chance. One child not yet born, who might, if the deception held, grow up free in a way none of the others had been permitted to. It would require a mother's steadiest nerve, held for longer than any nerve is meant to be held, and it would require, in the end, a stone. Chapter 3. The Child of Crete. When Rhea felt the 6th child move in her, she told no one but her mother, and together they made their preparations with the silent, exact care of people building something that must not be discovered until it is already finished. Gaia sent her to Crete. It is worth pausing on the choice, because it was not accidental. Crete lay at the edge of the world, the Titans still fully governed, ringed by sea, its mountains high and folded and full of caves that no one had ever bothered to map, because no one had ever needed to hide anything in them before. On the slopes of Mount Ida, in a cave that opened like a wound in the rock and closed again into darkness, deep enough to swallow sound, Rhea brought her 6th child into the world, and this time no one came to take him from her. She named him Zeus. Then she did the hardest thing a mother in that house had ever been asked to do, which was not to give her child away, but to keep him, to hold on to him by handing him elsewhere, to save him by seeming, for a moment, to lose him first. Gaia had prepared a stone, and had wrapped it, and had shaped it, as much as stone can be shaped by intention alone, into something that would sit in a father's arms, with the approximate weight and give of an infant. Rhea carried this bundle back to Cronus, and she wept over it with a grief so convincing that it was not in truth entirely performed. She was, after all, still handing something to the same mouth that had taken 5 children before it. And even knowing the truth wrapped inside the deception did not make her hands steady. Cronus took the swaddled stone from her and looked at it with the same flat, ledger-balancing patience he had brought to every child before, and swallowed it whole, and felt, in his throat, and in the settling weight of his stomach, precisely nothing wrong at all. This is the strange mercy embedded in a plan built on deception. Cronus did not need to be tricked cleverly in the end. He needed only to be tricked once, by a mother willing to endure the horror of the ritual a 6th time, for the sake of making sure it landed on a stone, instead of a son. He had swallowed 5 children without ever once pausing to wonder whether each was truly what it seemed. Why would the 6th be different? A jailer who has never had a single prisoner escape does not, as a rule, learn to count his prisoners more carefully. He learns, instead, to trust the routine So it was that a stone sat where a god should have sat, deep in the dark of Cronus, taking up a place among 5 swallowed children who could not have known, sealed as they were, each from any awareness of what walked free above them, that anything at all had gone differently this time. And on Crete, in the folded mountains, the true child grew. He was given, in his infancy, into the keeping of nymphs. Some say the Meliae, born of his own grandfather's ancient wound, and so fitting guardians for the boy, meant to finish what that wound had started. Some say Adrastea and Ida, daughters of the mountain itself. He was fed on the milk of the goat Amalthea, whose horn would in later years become a byword for abundance, precisely because it had first been the thing that kept a hidden, hunted infant alive. And around his cradle, when he cried, for infants cry, gods and mortals alike, and an infant's cry is a very poor secret to keep in a world where a father is actively listening for exactly that sound. Young armored spirits called the Curetes danced and clashed their spears against their shields, beating a war drum of noise loud enough to cover a god's first grief, so that no sound of the true child ever reached the ears that were straining across the whole breadth of the young world to hear it. Zeus grew in that covered silence, the way certain plants grow best in shade, not weakly but patiently, gathering strength unobserved. He was not raised as a prince. He was raised as a secret, which is a harder and in some ways a more honest education, because a secret must learn early that the world has not yet decided to make room for it, and must therefore decide, on its own, to make room for itself. He learned the shape of the mountain before he learned the shape of his own inheritance. He learned thunder first, as the ordinary weather of Cretan storms breaking against Ida's peak, long before he learned that thunder would one day be the very grammar of his own authority. He did not know, for years, that he had 5 siblings sealed alive in the belly of the god he had never met. He did not know that his own birth had been bought with a stone, dressed in swaddling cloth. He knew the goat's milk, and the Curetes' clashing noise, and the nymph's careful hands, and the particular specific safety of being unknown. It could not last, of course. No hiding ever does, not truly, not when the thing hidden is meant, in the fullness of time, to be found. But it lasted long enough. That is the entire, fragile miracle of it. It lasted exactly long enough for a child to become something that could no longer simply be swallowed. Somewhere on Mount Othrys, Cronos ruled on, satisfied, carrying 6 children within him, and believing, with the flat confidence of a man who has never once been wrong before, that the number was still 5. Part 2. The Gathering Storm. Chapter 4. The Cup of Deception. He came down from Ida a grown god, and the mountain that had sheltered him did not weep to see him go, because mountains do not weep, but there is a way stone settles after a long-carried weight is lifted from it, and Ida settled. Zeus did not come down already knowing the whole shape of what he intended. That is worth saying plainly, because the later poets, looking back from the vantage of his long reign, sometimes make him sound as though he strode off the mountain with a finished plan folded in his fist like a weapon. He did not. He came down knowing 3 things only: that he had a father he had never met, that this father had swallowed 5 children whole, and that he himself made a 6th Cronus did not know to count. Everything else, the method, the alliance, the war that would follow, he built the way any young god builds anything, by consulting those older and more patient than himself, and by being willing to listen to what they told him. He went first to Metis. She was a Titaness, daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, and her name meant, roughly, cunning, not the flashing, showy cunning of trickery performed for an audience, but the deeper, quieter kind. The intelligence that studies a lock for a long time before ever touching it, and then opens it on the first try. She listened to the young god's story, and she did not tell him to raise an army, because she understood, as he did not yet, that an army was not what the situation required. What it required was a very particular kind of medicine, and a cup to carry it in, and a way to place that cup into a father's hand, without his ever suspecting the hand that had prepared it. Zeus, in the tellings that preserve this meeting most fully, arrived at Metis' hall already half convinced that force was the only honest answer available to him. He was young, and freshly certain of a strength he had only ever tested against the ordinary trials of a hidden mountain childhood. And there is a particular impatience common to gods and mortals alike in that stage of life. The conviction that the straightest path between a wrong and its righting is a single, decisive blow. Metis let him finish saying so before she answered him, and when she did answer, it was not to dismiss the impulse outright, but to ask him a single question that the tellings preserve almost word for word. And if you strike him, and he does not fall, what then? Zeus did not have an answer ready, because it was not a question he had thought to ask himself. Metis did not press the silence unkindly, but she let it sit long enough for him to feel its weight before she went on. She told him plainly what this account's later chapters would spend a full decade proving true, that a father who had swallowed 5 children whole was not a father who could simply be cut down and be done with, that whatever waited inside him would need a different kind of unmaking than any blade could offer, and that the cleverest solutions, in her long experience of watching the young Titan generation solve its problems by force and only force, were rarely the loudest ones. She taught him how to make an emetic, a substance that would force from Cronus' stomach everything that stomach had ever swallowed and never digested. Because gods, it turned out, cannot be digested by other gods, not truly. They can only be held the way a held breath is held, and a held breath always eventually wants out. There are different tellings of what happened next, and the poets have never fully agreed on whether it was Rhea who carried the draught to her husband disguised as ordinary nectar, or Metis herself, who found some way into the halls of Othrys, or Zeus in some borrowed shape entirely. What the tellings agree on is this: the cup was offered, and Cronus, who had never once in all his long, careful, ledger-balancing reign, had reason to suspect a cup handed to him by his own household, drank it down without pause. What followed was not dignified, and the old singers who told this tale around later fires did not try to make it so. Cronus was seized, first, with a wrongness low in his gut, a wrongness that grew with a speed no ordinary sickness could match, because what was rising in him was not sickness at all, but 5 gods who had spent an age folded in the dark, waiting without ever knowing they were waiting for exactly this moment to arrive. He brought up the stone first. The very last thing swallowed is always the first thing returned. And so the false sixth child, still faintly wearing the shape of the swaddling it had worn on the day of the great deception, came up whole and hard and cold, and struck the floor of the hall with a sound that must have told Cronus, in the same instant it happened, the entire truth of everything he had missed. Then came Hestia, then Demeter, then Hera, then Hades, then Poseidon. Each of them emerged not as infants, for no time had passed for them in any way that aged them, sealed as they were in a place outside ordinary duration, but as gods already grown, already whole, already blinking against light. They had never once, in all the years of their captivity, been permitted to see. It is difficult to imagine what that first sight must have been. 5 siblings, strangers to one another in every practical sense, despite having shared, in the strangest way possible, the same womb that was not a womb for an age, standing now upright and furious and entirely unprepared for the ordinary sensation of open air. Cronus stood among them, emptied and understood, with the same flat clarity he had once brought to the swallowing itself, that the ledger he had so carefully balanced for so long had never once, not for a single day, actually been balanced at all. His siblings did not embrace him with gratitude for freeing them, this stranger who had done so, and he did not ask them to. There was no room yet in that hall for anything so gentle as gratitude. What there was, instead, was recognition. 5 gods looking at one another and understanding, without needing to be told twice, exactly what had been done to them, and exactly who had done it, and exactly what would now have to happen because of it. Hestia, eldest of the 5 and the first to fully steady herself against the strange new sensation of open air, was, in most tellings, also the first to speak, and what she said was addressed not to Zeus, but to her assembled siblings, in a voice the old singers describe as remarkably level for someone who had just been returned, without warning, to a body and a world she had never once been allowed to properly inhabit, that whatever grief or fury any of them carried into this hall, it would serve them better turned toward what came next than spent arguing over what could no longer be undone. Hera, by contrast, turned first not to Zeus and not to her siblings, but to the stone still lying where it had fallen, the false 6th child, cold and inert on the floor of the hall, and studied it for a long moment before she spoke, and what she finally said, addressed to no one in particular, was that she wished to know exactly how long the rest of them had lain in that dark, believing themselves entirely alone, when in truth a stone playing at being their brother had lain right alongside them the whole time. It was not a question anyone in that hall could fully answer, and no one tried. Poseidon said little in that first meeting, the tellings agree, though what he did say, a single line addressed directly to Zeus, asking bluntly whether their father still lived and where he had gone, set the tone for the restless, forward-leaning temperament that would carry him through the whole war still to come. Hades said nothing at all in that first hour, watching the room with the same quiet, careful attention that would define the whole of his part in the war ahead. And it was this early silence, more than anything spoken aloud, that Zeus would later say he remembered most clearly from that first meeting with the brother, whose help he would come across 10 hard years to rely on most. Cronus fled Othrys that night, or was driven from it. The tellings differ, and perhaps the difference does not matter much, since a king who flees a hall he can no longer hold, and a king who is driven from one are not, in practice, easily told apart. He went to gather what allies remained to him among the Titans, because he understood, better than almost anyone in the young cosmos could have understood, exactly what came next. It was, after all, the very thing his own father had once promised him. The wheel had simply, patiently, finished its first full turn. Chapter 5. The War Begins. There is a particular kind of quiet that settles over a household in the hour after a secret has finally, irrevocably, become known to everyone at once, and it is not a peaceful quiet. It is the quiet of people taking stock of a battlefield that has not yet formally opened. The 6 children of Cronus and Rhea gathered themselves in the days that followed the great deception, and they did not need to hold a council to know that peace with their father was no longer a live possibility. He had shown them across an age exactly what he was willing to do to a threat, real or merely prophesied, and 5 of the 6 had spent that entire age learning the lesson from the inside of his own body. There would be no treaty. There would be no division of the world offered in exchange for quiet. There was only the question of who would rule what remained. And that question, in that young and still half-formed cosmos, had exactly one method of being settled. Cronus, for his part, did not stand alone. Most of his fellow Titans, his brothers and sisters, the great first generation, Oceanus alone among them choosing a wary neutrality that would hold, more or less, for the whole span of the war to come, rallied to him, not entirely out of love, for love had grown thin in that family long before the sickle had ever been lifted against Uranos, but out of something closer to inertia, and fear of exactly the kind of overturning that Zeus and his siblings now represented. Hyperion stood with his brother. Coeus, Creius, Iapetus, the great old names of the First Age, stood with him too, gathering on the high shoulder of Mount Othrys, which would give its name, in the tellings that followed, to the whole of the Titans' cause, the way Olympus would come to give its name to the cause opposing it. It was Themis, Titaness of law and right order, who first spoke the thing that needed saying, and it is worth noting that she said it not entirely to Zeus's side, but as a kind of prophecy laid over the whole coming conflict, the way she laid every judgment she ever gave, plainly and without much comfort in it. She told him, for she, unlike most of her siblings, chose in time to stand with the younger gods rather than against them. That force alone would not be sufficient, that the war to come could not be won by 6 young gods, however capable, standing against a dozen Titans seasoned by an entire prior age of existence. That victory, if it came at all, would require reaching down into the parts of the world that Cronus himself had never dared to free. She meant the Cyclopes. She meant the 100-handed ones. Zeus heard this and understood it immediately for the truth it was, because he had, after all, spent his own childhood as a secret, kept hidden precisely so that he might one day be exactly this, a weapon his father had never learned to count. It cost him nothing in pride to imagine freeing others who had been hidden in the same way, for longer and far more cruelly. But first, there was a war to begin in earnest, because the Titans on Othrys were not waiting patiently for Zeus to gather every possible advantage before striking. They understood the danger a young, united, and furious set of siblings posed. And Cronus, whatever else could be said of him, had never once in his long reign been a god who hesitated once a threat had crystallized into a shape he could see. The first clashes came quickly, and they came without the clean shape that later songs would give them. There was no single battlefield in those early days, no formal muster of two great armies drawn up in ranks the way mortal wars would one day be fought and sung. The young cosmos itself was still loosely made, still full of unclaimed and unstable ground, and the war that began between Titan and God was fought as much in the shaking of mountains and the boiling of seas as in any direct meeting of hand and weapon. Where Zeus's small band pressed forward, the earth cracked. Where the Titans answered, whole stretches of the young world buckled and reformed, as though the war itself were still deciding what shape a war ought to have. 6 gods stood against a dozen Titans, and the long habit of an entire age. It was not, by any honest accounting, a fair fight, and every god who stood that day on the side of Zeus knew it. What none of them yet knew, what only Themis had so much as guessed at, was that the war would not be decided by the 6 of them at all, in the end, but by 3 brothers and 3 more brothers still sealed in the dark beneath the world, waiting, as they had always waited, for someone finally willing to come and dig them out. Chapter 6. The Prisoners of the Earth. Tartarus in that age had no gate, because it had never needed one. It was not a place anyone visited and returned from. It was simply the deepest fold of the earth's own body, as far below the surface as the sky stood above it. A distance the old poets liked to measure by dropping a bronze anvil from the height of heaven and counting the 9 days it would fall before ever touching the pit's floor, and then dropping it again from that floor and counting 9 days more before it found the true bottom. It was not a place, it was a depth, and depths do not, as a rule, care to be found. Zeus went down into it anyway. He did not go alone in spirit, even where he went alone in body, for Gaia herself guided him. His own grandmother, who had carried the grief of these particular children longer than anyone else living, who had shaped the sickle once for a son who freed himself and abandoned the rest, and who had spent every year since watching that unfinished mercy curdle into something she could no longer simply wait out. She showed her grandson the way down, through folds of rock that remembered nothing of light, past the roots of the sea and the roots of the earth all tangled together, in a dark so complete it had no need of any word for shadow, because shadow requires something to contrast against. And here there was nothing. He found them at the bottom of that long fall, chained. The 3 Cyclopes lay bound in iron that had grown, over the long uncounted age of their imprisonment, into something closer to a second skin than a shackle. Their single, vast eyes closed against a darkness so total that open or closed made no practical difference, and yet they had not stopped, in all that time, being who they were. A smith does not forget the shape of fire, simply because fire has been taken from him. Brontes, Steropes, Argus, thunder, lightning, and the bright one lay in the dark, still holding, somewhere in the vast, patient furnace of themselves, the shapes of things they had never yet been permitted to make. The 100-handed ones lay near them, and here the horror of the imprisonment showed itself in a different register entirely, because a being with 50 heads and 100 arms, bound for an age in a space too narrow to ever fully unfold in, suffers a particular kind of cruelty that the Cyclopes, monstrous as their own suffering was, had at least been spared. The cruelty of a body larger than its prison, folded in on itself past any comfort, for longer than the young cosmos itself had properly existed. Zeus knelt in that airless dark, and did the one thing his father had never once thought to do for any of his own imprisoned children. He spoke to them as though they were owed an explanation, not merely a use. He told them who he was and whose son, and he did not hide the shameful truth that his own father had left them exactly here, exactly like this, for the whole span of an age that Cronus himself had spent ruling in comfort above their heads. He told them of the war now beginning on the surface, of the Titans gathered on Othrys, of his 5 siblings only newly freed themselves and already outmatched. And then he asked, not commanded, for even in that first meeting he seemed to understand, or Gaia had taught him to understand, that a being chained for an age does not respond well to being commanded by yet another stranger with power over him, whether they would fight beside him if he freed them. The answer, when it came first from Cottus, eldest of the 100-handed brothers, and it did not come wrapped in gratitude, not at first, because gratitude is a luxury ode to kindness, and what Zeus was offering was not yet kindness so much as the plain, overdue correction of an ancient wrong. What Cottus offered in return was something sturdier than gratitude, recognition. He said, in the version the old singers preferred, that they had lain in that dark long enough to know the difference between one more captor and one true liberator, and that they had decided, in the slow, uncounted turning of their long imprisonment, exactly what they would do with freedom, if it were ever, at long last, actually offered rather than merely promised. He said more than this in the fuller tellings, and it is worth setting down, because it is the clearest surviving statement of what an age of unjust imprisonment actually teaches a being large enough to survive it. He told Zeus that he did not measure time the way a being with a single head and a single set of eyes measured it, that 50 heads folded together in an unbroken dark had each, in their own slow way, gone on thinking through that whole endless span, so that what felt to Zeus like a single request, asked once and answered once, was in truth the 50-fold conclusion of 50 separate minds that had spent an age, independently and together, arriving at the very same answer. They would fight, Cottus said, not merely because Zeus had freed them, but because they had already decided, long before any god came down to ask, exactly what they would do with their strength if the chance to use it freely was ever given back to them. And that chance, offered now, changed nothing about the decision already made. It only gave them, finally, the means to act on it. Zeus broke the chains himself, or is said to have, though some tellings give the honor instead to Gaia, whose hands had, after all, first shaped both the sickle that began this whole long chain of grief, and the bindings that had held it in place ever since, and who might reasonably be thought to have earned the right to be the one who finally undid it. Either way, the iron gave. It had held for an age, but it had never been made to hold forever, only to hold until someone with sufficient will and sufficient right came down into the dark to test it. The Cyclopes rose first, blinking their single vast eyes against a darkness that was, at least, no longer chained darkness, which is its own kind of change, even before any true light returns. And the 100-handed ones rose after them, unfolding, properly unfolding, for the first time in an age, heads and arms that had known nothing but the same cramped angle for longer than memory could hold. And the sound of that unfolding, in the old tellings, was likened to the sound of an entire mountain range, deciding, all at once, to stand up. Before they climbed back toward the world above, the Cyclopes made Zeus a gift, because a smith's gratitude, when it finally comes, does not come in words. It comes in the work of their hands. Chapter 7. The Forging of the Thunder. There was, in that lowest dark, fire enough for the purpose, because fire is one of the very few things that does not require the sun to exist, and the Cyclopes had spent their imprisonment, whatever else it had cost them, in unbroken proximity to the deepest furnaces the young earth possessed. Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, set to work with the particular joy of craftsmen, finally handed tools worth the name, after an age of enforced idleness, and what they made, in that dark, for the god who had freed them, was not a single weapon, but 3. One for each of the newly freed brothers, who would need something to answer with, once they returned to the surface, and the war still waiting for them there. For Hades they forged a helm, not a weapon in the ordinary sense, but something stranger, and in its way more useful. A covering that rendered its wearer entirely unseen, not merely hidden, but genuinely absent from sight, so that he might move through the war to come the way a shadow moves through a lit room, present and unanswerable at once. For Poseidon they forged a trident, 3-pronged, heavy enough to have weighed down any ordinary arm. But Poseidon's arm was not ordinary, and in his grip the great fork would come to be an instrument capable of splitting the earth itself, of calling up the sea in walls no shore could hold against, of shaking the ground beneath an enemy's feet until the enemy no longer trusted the ground at all. And for Zeus, they forged the thunderbolt. It is difficult, even for the old poets, to describe exactly what it was, because it was not simply a weapon in the way a sword or spear is a weapon. It was closer to an argument made manifest, a concentration of the raw, untamed violence that lived in storm and sky, drawn down and given edge and aim by 3 smiths who understood, better than any other beings in the young cosmos, precisely how to take a force too vast to hold and give it, for one instant, a shape a single hand could close around. Where the thunderbolt struck, it did not merely wound. It unmade, briefly and locally, the ordinary rules by which things held themselves together, and then let them reassemble, changed. Zeus took it into his hand in that deep dark, and felt for the first time since he had come down off Mount Ida, something that was not merely determination, but certainty. A god with a plan can still lose. A god holding a weapon built specifically to answer the deepest terror of the enemy he faces has, at the very least, stopped needing to hope and started instead to know. They climbed back toward the surface together. 6 young gods and 3 Cyclopes and 300-handed brothers, an army that had not existed in any recognizable form a single season before, and would not have existed at all if Zeus had chosen, as his own father once had, to take his freedom and leave the rest of the imprisoned world exactly where he found it. Behind them, Tartarus lay empty of the prisoners it had held for an age, though it would not, as the war's later chapters would show, remain empty for very much longer. Every prison, once its first tenants are gone, is only ever waiting for its next. Above them, on the high shoulder of Othrys, Cronus and his gathered Titans felt something shift in the deep structure of the world. A pressure released, or perhaps only relocated, and did not yet know what it meant, though within days they would understand it as clearly and as fully as anyone in that long war ever understood anything. The Titanomachy, which had begun as a family quarrel dressed in the scale of a cosmic war, was now, at last, becoming the thing its name would always, after, be used to mean. Part 3. The 10 Years' War. Chapter 8. The First Assault. The army that came up out of the earth did not announce itself with any herald, because it did not need one. The 100-handed ones alone, moving in their true unfolded scale for the first time in an age, made an announcement of themselves simply by existing in the light of a sky they had not seen since before their birth had properly finished. 3 beings of 50 heads and 100 arms each, 300 hands total among them, and every one of those hands now closed around a stone torn fresh from the mountain's own body, because the Cyclope's gifts had gone to the 6 young gods, and the 100-handed brothers had chosen, in the practical way of beings, who had spent an age with nothing to do but consider their own strength, to simply arm themselves with the earth directly. Zeus led them up the slopes toward Othrys, not by stealth, which had served its purpose already and had no further use to serve, but by the most direct route available, because there comes a point in any long-building conflict where the side that has finally gathered its full strength stops trying to hide it and starts instead trying to make certain the enemy sees exactly what is coming. The Titans saw it. Cronus, watching from the high ground his side had held throughout every early skirmish, understood in a single look what had happened in the depths beneath his feet, while his attention had been fixed entirely on the surface war. And if the old poets are to be trusted on this single point, it was the first moment in the entire long conflict where something in him that had always before resembled certainty gave way, instead, to something closer to dread. The battle that followed did not resolve itself quickly, because gods, even freshly armed and furiously determined ones, are not so easily unmade as mortals would one day prove to be. And Titans, whatever else could be said against them, had an entire prior age of existence behind their strength. What the first assault did accomplish, and it was no small thing, was to prove that the war could, in fact, be fought on something closer to even terms than it had been the day before. The 100-handed ones flung their mountain stones in volleys thick enough to darken the sky over Othrys. And where those stones struck, even Titan flesh remembered briefly what it meant to feel something like pain. Among the countless individual contests that filled that first long day, one has come down through the tellings with more detail than most, because it involved Hyperion himself, meeting Poseidon's charge near the war's opening hour, in a contest that both sides, in later years, would point to as an early sign of what the whole 10 years still to come would actually demand of everyone involved. Hyperion came at the young sea god with the full, bright confidence that had carried him through an age of unquestioned standing, and Poseidon, young, untested, still years from the restless mastery of his own domain that later chapters of this war would show him earning, met that charge not with any matching confidence, but with the sheer, stubborn refusal to be moved that would come, in time, to define him. Neither god broke the other in that first meeting. Hyperion's blows landed with a force that staggered the younger god again and again, and Poseidon, staggered, simply rose again and again, until Hyperion, not defeated, not even close to defeated, but genuinely startled by an opposition that would not stay down, no matter how thoroughly it was struck, withdrew from the contest first, and the tellings suggest this small, inconclusive withdrawal cost him more in the accounting of that day than any single wound might have. Zeus did not yet loose the thunderbolt in that first meeting. He held it, in the way a smith's finest work is always held back at first, tested in the hand before it is trusted in the field, and the battle broke instead on stone and spear, and the raw, straining strength of bodies built on a scale the young world had never before had to sustain in direct opposition to one another. By the day's end, neither side had broken the other, and both sides withdrew to their respective heights, Titans to Othrys, the young gods and their new allies to the rising ground that would, in the years of war still ahead, come at last to be called Olympus, not yet the shining seat of later legend, but simply the place from which the newer powers made their stand. It was all told an opening that satisfied no one and ended nothing, and it set, in that single inconclusive collision, the shape that the whole of the coming decade would take. Chapter 9. Othrys and Olympus. Two mountains, then, stood opposed across the width of the young world, and the war that would come to bear the Titan's own name settled, in the months following that first great clash, into something less like a single sustained battle, and more like the slow, grinding geography of an entire cosmos, rearranging itself around a wound it could not close. Othrys was the elder seat, and it wore its age the way the Titans themselves wore theirs, not as decay, for gods do not decay in any way mortals would recognize, but as a kind of settled certainty, a confidence built on the plain fact of having always, in living memory, been the ones who governed the shape of things. Cronus held court there still, though court is perhaps too gentle a word for what a war council under a threatened king becomes. Hyperion at his right hand, bright and unbending. Iapetus, whose sons would, in the telling still to come, carry consequences of this war forward into ages the war itself would never live to see. Creus and Coeus, steady in their ranks. Thea and Phoebe and the rest of that great first generation, none of them entirely certain, if the truth be told, that the throne they were defending still deserved quite the defense they were giving it, but bound to it now by every year of shared history that stood behind them. Olympus, by contrast, wore its youth openly, because it had no other choice. It was a newer height in every sense that mattered, not merely in the sense of having been claimed more recently, but in the sense that everyone gathered upon it was, by any measure, the Titans themselves would have used, still essentially untested. 6 siblings who had known each other, in any practical waking sense, for less than the length of the war itself. 3 Cyclopes and 3 hundred-handed brothers, whose loyalty, however fiercely felt, was newly won rather than long assumed, and Themis among them, who had crossed from one side's natural allegiance to the other's out of nothing but her own considered judgment of where right order actually lay, which was, in its way, the single most unsettling thing about the whole alliance, because it meant that at least one being old enough and wise enough to have stood with Cronus had instead chosen, with open eyes, to stand against him. Between the 2 heights stretched a middle ground that neither side could yet fully claim, and it was there, through the long months that followed the first assault, that the true character of the war revealed itself. It was not a war of single decisive strokes. It was a war of pressure, applied and answered, applied again, raids that tested the other side's readiness more than they aimed at any lasting gain, contests of strength between individual champions that settled each time into stalemate or grudging withdrawal rather than clean victory. The slow, exhausting labor of 2 sides each, waiting for the other to make the single error that would finally tip a balance that refused, month after month, to tip. Life on the 2 heights, in these early months, took on rhythms that the old singers, more interested as a rule in battle than in the quieter texture of a war's daily unfolding, nonetheless preserved in scattered fragments, worth setting down here. Olympus in these months was still, in the most literal sense, being built even as it was being defended, its slopes not yet terraced into anything resembling the shining seat later ages would know, but a raw and unfinished height where 6 gods and their newly won allies slept, when they slept at all, in whatever shelter the bare rock offered, and where councils were held not in any hall, but in the open, under whatever light governed that unfinished sky, because there had not yet been time, amid the fighting, to build anything grander. Othrys, by contrast, carried the settled comforts of an age of unchallenged rule, even into wartime. Proper halls, proper stores, laid up across a golden age of plenty, the accumulated infrastructure of a reign that had never before needed to prepare for anything like a genuine siege. It is worth noting, the tellings suggest, that this very comfort may have cost the Titans something in the long run that the Olympians' harder circumstances, paradoxically, granted them, an alliance built in genuine hardship, sharing the same bare rock and the same uncertain shelter through the war's hungriest early months, forged a closeness among the 6 siblings and their allies that the more comfortable halls of Othrys, however grand, never quite demanded of the Titans gathered within them. Zeus learned, in that stretch of the war, the particular discipline that would come to define the whole of his later reign, the discipline of restraint held not out of weakness, but out of calculation. The thunderbolt kept sheathed in his own withheld intention, even in moments when loosing it might have won a single field, because he had begun to understand, perhaps from Themis, perhaps simply from watching his own father's long, patient, ultimately hollow reign, that a war against beings who could not properly die was not a war to be won by any single stroke, however mighty. It was a war to be won by whichever side could sustain itself the longest without breaking. The Titans, for their part, learned something harder to bear, which was that the young gods they had expected to scatter or exhaust within a single season showed no sign of scattering, and every month that passed without a decisive Titan victory was a month that eroded, however slightly, the deep confidence that had always been Othrys's truest fortification. 10 years, the old singers always say, though it is worth pausing to ask what 10 years means to beings for whom a single year is not the fixed and finite thing it is for mortals born after this war's ending gave the world proper seasons to measure by. It means, at the least, this: a very long time. Long enough for exhaustion to become its own kind of weapon. Long enough for allegiances tested at the war's beginning to be tested again and again, until only the truest of them remained unshaken. Long enough for a young god who had come down off Mount Ida, still uncertain of his own strength, to become, slowly, across the grinding middle years of a war that would not resolve. Something closer to a king, in fact, before he had ever formally become one in name. Chapter 10. The Stalemate of the Third Year. By the third year, the middle ground between the two mountains had stopped being a place anyone could describe with much confidence, because it had been fought over so many times, in so many partial and inconclusive ways, that its own shape had begun to blur under the accumulated weight of everything done to it. Rivers had been driven from their courses by the passage of the 100-handed ones in full stride. Whole ridgelines had been leveled by exchanges between champions, and never risen again into anything the earth itself seemed to recognize as its own former geography. Gaia, who had wanted this war and had helped bring it about with her own hands, watched her own body being reshaped by it with a grief she had not fully anticipated, though she never once, in all the years that followed, asked either side to stop. It was in this third year that both sides, independently and for their own separate reasons, arrived at roughly the same uncomfortable understanding that neither could win by the methods that had carried the war this far. The Titans had thrown everything at Olympus that direct strength and long experience could muster, and Olympus had not fallen. Hyperion's brightness, terrible as it was in open contest, could not by itself burn through an alliance that had learned, across 2 years of hard practice, exactly how to give ground without breaking and close ranks again the moment the pressure eased. The 100-handed ones in particular had proven far harder to counter than the Titans' early confidence had assumed. A being with 100 arms does not tire the way a being with 2 arms tires, not on anything like the same schedule, and champion after champion who came against them in single contest discovered that there was, in practice, no clean way to outfight something built on that scale of redundancy. Olympus, meanwhile, had learned the mirror lesson. The thunderbolt, for all its terrible promise, was not a weapon that could simply be loosed again and again without consequence. Even gods, Zeus had begun to understand, could be worn thin by the sustained expenditure of a power that vast, and a weapon saved for the moment that could actually end something was a weapon that had, by definition, not yet found that moment. Poseidon's trident could shake the ground beneath Othrys's outer slopes, but Othrys itself, ancient and settled as it was, absorbed tremor after tremor, the way old stone absorbs weather, changed at the edges, but unmoved at the root. Hades's helm let him move unseen through the war's chaos, gathering knowledge of the Titan's dispositions that proved useful again and again. But knowledge of an enemy's position is not, by itself, sufficient to end a war against an enemy who cannot easily be killed. This, more than any single battle, was the deepest truth the third year forced both sides to confront, and it is worth dwelling on, because it is the truth that shapes everything that follows in this account. In a war between beings who cannot properly die, victory cannot mean what it means in the wars mortals would one day fight. A Titan struck down in battle did not, as a rule, stay down. Wounds that would have ended any lesser thing closed in time, on bodies built to outlast wounds the way stone outlasts weather. What could be won in a war like this was not the destruction of the enemy. It was something else: containment, submission, the breaking not of bodies, but of will and standing, the reduction of a power that could not be killed into a power that could, at least, be bound or exiled, or made to yield the ground it had once ruled outright. Themis was the one who said this plainly to the council on Olympus in the third year, when the exhaustion of 2 years fighting without resolution had begun to fray even the young gods' considerable resolve. She told them that they were not fighting to kill their uncles and aunts and their own father. They were fighting to end a reign, and a reign is not ended by any blow, however mighty. It is ended by making its continuation impossible, and that, she said, was a different kind of war than the one they had so far been fighting, and it would require, in time, methods they had not yet been willing to use. The council that received this counsel was not, the tellings suggest, uniformly ready to hear it. Poseidon, whose restless temperament this account's own later chapters would go on to describe at greater length, pressed her plainly on what such patience actually asked of them in practical terms. Whether she meant them to simply wait indefinitely while Titans burned villages of 100-handed stone, and gods on both sides bled the same inconclusive wounds season after season. And Themis, unshaken by the pressing, answered him with the same plain steadiness that had carried her counsel through every council since her defection, that waiting without purpose was indeed a fool's strategy, but that what she counseled was not waiting at all, properly understood, but husbanding, the deliberate withholding of a strength not yet ready to be spent, so that when the moment for spending it finally came, it would land with a force no earlier expenditure could have matched. She reminded the council, in that same session, of a truth that would not be fully proven for 5 years more, that the 100-handed ones themselves, held back thus far to measured, limited engagements, represented a strength neither side of the war had yet seen used at its true scale, and that scale, spent too early against a Titan line, not yet worn thin by years of accumulated grief and doubt, would buy only another season of the same grinding stalemate, rather than the decisive ending it was capable, eventually, of producing. Hera, who spoke rarely in these early councils, but whose words the tellings preserve as carrying unusual weight even before the standing she would later hold had been fully earned, sided with Themis in this exchange. And it was her intervention, more than Themis's own argument standing alone, that the tellings credit with settling the council's mood that day. She observed plainly that Poseidon's impatience was not wrong to exist. That impatience in a war stretching on this long was simply the honest feeling of anyone who wanted the fighting and the dying that was not quite dying to end. But that feeling and strategy were different currencies, and a council that let the first decide the second would spend, in haste, exactly the advantage patience alone could still purchase. Zeus heard this, and understood that she was speaking, in her careful lawgiver's way, about the deepest weapon still unused on either side. Not the thunderbolt, which had already shown its limits, but the sheer accumulated weight of the 100-handed ones, held back thus far, and used only in measured engagements, when the true and terrible potential of what they were had never yet been permitted to be loosed in full. He was not ready, in the 3rd year, to loose it. That readiness would take longer still to arrive. But the 3rd year was the year the shape of the war's true ending first became visible, even if it remained for several years more. A shape no one on Olympus was yet prepared to bring fully into being. Chapter 11. Atlas at the Pillar. Among the Titans who fought hardest and longest for Cronus's cause, none carried the weight of that loyalty more literally, in the end, than Atlas, son of Iapetus, and it is worth turning now to his part in this war, because the story of what became of him afterward has outlived, in the telling of later ages, nearly every other single thread of this whole long conflict. Atlas was not among the eldest of the Titans, nor among the most celebrated in the years of peace that had preceded the war. But he possessed a strength that even his own generation regarded with a certain wariness. The strength of a being built, it almost seemed, for exactly the kind of sustained, punishing labor that a war without clean resolution demands. Where Hyperion's power showed itself in brightness, and Oceanus's in the patient encircling breadth of the world river he governed, Atlas's power showed itself simply in bearing, in the capacity to take a weight onto himself and hold it unmoving for as long as the holding was required, which in a war of attrition proved to be a gift worth more than almost any single dazzling stroke. He led the Titans' forward lines again and again through the middle years of the war. The years after the 3rd year stalemate had made clear to both sides that no quick ending waited for either of them, and in doing so he became, to the young gods on Olympus, the single most immediate and personal face of the enemy they could not yet break. Where other Titans fought in bursts, retreating to Othrys to recover, Atlas seemed almost never to retreat at all, holding the war's most contested ground through sheer refusal to yield it, season after season, until the Olympians began to speak of him, not merely as an enemy commander, but as something closer to a fixed feature of the war itself, as permanent and as difficult to shift as a mountain. It is this quality in him, the sheer, uncomplaining capacity to bear an unbearable weight without ever setting it down, that later ages would seize upon and stretch into the punishment for which his name is now best remembered, though that punishment belongs properly to the war's ending rather than to its middle years, and this account will return to it in its proper place. For now, in the long, grinding stretch of years this chapter concerns itself with, it is enough to say that Atlas held and held and held, and that his holding was, for a long stretch of the war's middle years, very nearly enough to keep the whole Titan cause from the slow erosion that Themis had warned the Olympians would eventually decide the war, regardless of any single battle's outcome. Against him over those years, the Olympians learned patience of their own. Not the patience to win any single contest against him outright, for none of them found a way to do that, but the patience to press elsewhere, to test other points along the war's long uneven line, while Atlas's own sector held firm, and to trust, as Themis had counseled, that a reign this vast could not be sustained forever on the strength of even its single, most tireless defender. The middle years of the Titanomachy, in other words, were not years of dramatic single turns. They were years of erosion, slow and largely unglamorous, the kind of years that later singers, eager for the clean drama of a decisive climax, have often compressed or skipped over entirely in the telling. But it was in these years, grinding and largely inconclusive as they were, that the war was in fact being won and lost, one exhausted season at a time, long before either side was prepared to admit that the outcome had already, quietly, begun to tilt. Chapter 12. The Grey Years. There is no single event to anchor the 4th, 5th, and 6th years of the war, and this is not a failure of the telling. It is the truest thing this account can say about them. The old singers, when they came to this stretch of the Titanomachy, tended to move through it quickly, the way a traveler moves quickly through a stretch of road, with nothing on it worth remembering. And it is tempting, in any retelling, to do the same. To let the war leap from the drama of the third-year stalemate, straight to the drama of its final breaking. As though the years between were simply empty space, the story can be forgiven for skipping. But a war fought by beings who cannot easily die does not skip years. It lives in them all the way through, and something of what this war actually cost, to both sides and to the world caught beneath their feet, is lost if those years are waved away too quickly. Gaia bore the heaviest of it in her own body. Whole regions of the young Earth, contested and recontested across those middle years, had by the 6th year stopped resembling anything either side had originally been fighting over. Rivers ran in new courses because their old ones had been shattered by some champion's stroke and never repaired. Stretches of coastline had risen or sunk beneath Poseidon's trident, and Oceanus's own reluctant, uneasy stirrings. For Oceanus, though he held to neutrality throughout the war, could not always keep the sea he governed entirely still, while battles raged along its shores. Gaia had wanted this war. She had shaped the sickle for it, had guided Zeus down into Tartarus for it, had wanted, more than either side of the young conflict, perhaps fully understood, an ending to the reign that had once buried so many of her children in the dark. But wanting a war's ending is not the same as being spared its cost, and by the 6th year, even Gaia's vast patience had begun to show something like weariness at what her own body was being asked to absorb. Among the gods themselves, the grey years wore differently on different combatants. Hestia, eldest of the freed siblings, and by temperament the gentlest of them, took on through these years a role the old tellings do not dwell on with much drama, but that mattered enormously to those who lived through it. She tended, as best any god could, to whatever passed for the wounded and the exhausted among the Olympian ranks, for even gods, worn by unbroken years of a war with no clean resolution in sight, could be worn thin enough to need tending. One fragment of telling, preserved more fully than most of what survives from these grey years, describes a night in the 5th year, when Hestia sat through what remained of a long dark, with 3 of the 100-handed one's own attendant spirits, minor beings who had come up from Tartarus alongside their great masters, and had, in the long grinding contest since, taken wound after wound, with none of their masters' vast redundancy to absorb it. She is said to have kept a fire through that whole night. An ordinary fire, nothing like the terrible light of the thunderbolt, or the bright, unclouded confidence Hyperion still carried on the opposing height. Just warmth, tended and kept and offered without any strategic purpose, beyond the plain fact that beings worn thin by war are, in the end, still beings, and still in need of exactly this kind of unglamorous care. It is a small detail, easily lost beside the war's larger drama, but the tellings that preserve it do so, it seems, precisely because it offered later listeners something the thunderbolt and the trident never could. A reminder that even a war fought on this vast a scale was still, underneath everything, made of individual beings who tired and grieved and needed, some nights, nothing more than a fire kept through the dark by someone willing to keep it. Demeter, whose gifts lay in growth and harvest, found herself through these years presiding over something closer to the opposite of her nature. Presiding, that is, over ground so churned and fought over that little of what she understood how to nurture could take root in it at all. And something of the grief this cost her would echo, poets have long noted, in griefs she would carry into ages long after this war's ending. Hera, Poseidon, Hades, each hardened through the grey years into something closer to the god each would remain for the whole of the long reign still to come. Hera's steadiness under the sustained pressure of an unresolved war became, by the 6th year, a kind of authority in its own right, respected on Olympus in a way that owed nothing to any single dramatic stroke, and everything to the plain fact that she had not once, across 6 unbroken years of grinding and largely undramatic conflict, wavered. Hades grew, through the same years, into the quieter and more watchful of the brothers, his unseen movements through the war's chaos gathering him a kind of knowledge, of weakness, of pattern, of where an enemy's confidence outran an enemy's actual strength, that would serve the final years of the war more than any single loud contest could have. Poseidon's restlessness, which would in later ages become almost proverbial, first showed itself clearly in these grey years. A god straining visibly against a war that refused to resolve itself on any timeline his own temperament found bearable. And Zeus himself changed through these years, in the way that command changes anyone forced to hold it for longer than any single triumph can sustain. He had come off Mount Ida as a young god, untested by anything larger than the ordinary trials of a hidden childhood. By the 6th year of a war with no end yet visible, he had become something else. Not yet the settled sovereign the later ages would know, but a leader who had learned, the hard, slow way that only unbroken years of inconclusive struggle can teach, exactly what Themis had warned him in the 3rd year that he would eventually need to learn. That this was not a war to be won by any single mighty stroke, however satisfying such a stroke might feel in the moment it was struck. It was a war to be won, if it could be won at all, by whichever side proved capable of enduring longest without its own resolve finally giving way. On Othrys, the grey years told a different but related story. Cronus, who had ruled his long golden age through nothing more strenuous than the occasional swallowing of a threat before it could properly grow, found himself by the 6th year presiding over a war that had already outlasted, by a considerable measure, anything in his own prior experience of conflict. His father had been overthrown in a single night, by a single stroke of a single blade. This war offered no such single night, and the absence of one wore on Cronus in ways the old tellings suggest even he had not anticipated when the fighting first began. Hyperion's bright confidence, too, had by the 6th year taken on a harder, more brittle edge. The confidence of a being who still believed or insisted on believing in the eventual triumph of the Elder Order, even as the evidence for that triumph grew, year by grinding year, no easier to find. It was in the 7th year, at the far edge of these grey and largely unsung middle years, that the first true crack in the Titan's resolve began to show, not on any single battlefield, but in the quieter and more consequential ground of loyalty itself, as certain among Cronus's allies began, for the first time since the war's opening, to weigh openly what an unbroken decade of a war with no visible end might actually cost them, set against what remained, honestly, of their own conviction that the cause still deserved the cost. Chapter 13. The Death That Cannot Come. Before this account turns to the war's final breaking, it is worth pausing on a single strange truth that shaped every single year of the conflict already told, because without understanding it properly, the war's whole shape, its length, its grinding inconclusiveness, its eventual resolution, makes far less sense than it should. Gods, in this age of the world, did not die the way mortals would one day die. This was not yet, properly speaking, an age with mortals in it at all in any great number, and so the rules that would come in later ages to govern the boundary between living and dead had not yet been fully written into the fabric of things. Hades himself, who would one day preside over exactly that boundary, was still, through the whole span of this war, a combatant rather than a ruler of the dead, because there was not yet, in any settled sense, a proper realm of the dead for him to rule. What this meant, in practice, on the battlefields between Othrys and Olympus, was something the old singers understood well enough to build their entire account of the war's length around, even when they did not always pause to explain it directly. A wound, however grievous, was rarely final. A Titan struck down by the full weight of a champion's blow did not, as a rule, simply cease. The blow might scatter him, might drive him from the field for a season or longer, might cost him standing and strength. He would be a long time recovering, but the deep animating fire that made a Titan, the same fire in its way that made a god, was not so easily extinguished as a mortal single fragile thread of life would one day prove to be. This is why the war could not be won, as Themis had said so plainly in its 3rd year, by any accumulation of individual victories in single combat, however many such victories either side managed to claim. It is why the war's true resolution, when it finally came, would not come through the death of Cronus or Hyperion, or any other single Titan, but through something else entirely, through binding, through exile, through the reduction of a power that could not be killed into a power that could, at least, be permanently and completely contained. It is worth noting, too, that this same strange truth is what makes the sheer scale of the 100-handed one's eventual contribution to the war's ending so decisive, in a way that no single champion's strength, however great, could ever quite match. A being with 100 arms does not need to land one perfect final killing blow, because no blow in this war was ever going to be final in that sense, regardless of who struck it. What such a being can do instead is apply pressure, sustained, overwhelming, unrelenting pressure, delivered not once but continuously, from every angle at once, in a volume no single-bodied opponent, however mighty, can indefinitely absorb. This is not the kind of power that ends a war in a single dramatic stroke. It is the kind of power that makes continued resistance, eventually, simply and finally impossible, which is, in a war between beings who cannot properly die, the only kind of ending available at all. Understanding this changes, too, how the grey years just described ought to be read. They were not years of failure on either side, to land some blow that would have ended things sooner, had anyone simply struck harder or truer. They were years in which both sides were, whether they fully understood it yet or not, testing something closer to the deep structural question the whole war actually turned on. Not who could strike the hardest, but who could endure the longest, and what it would finally take. Not in force alone, but in the sheer overwhelming and sustained application of it. To make one side's continued resistance not merely difficult, but genuinely, finally, impossible. That test was not yet finished at the grey year's end, but the shape of its eventual answer had, by the 7th year, already begun to make itself visible to anyone on either mountain willing to look at the war honestly rather than hopefully. Chapter 14. The 100-Handed Ones Unleashed. By the 8th year, Zeus called his council together on Olympus not to debate whether the moment Themis had spoken of in the 3rd year had finally arrived, but to acknowledge that it had, and to decide at last how to meet it. What had held him back, across all the years since Cottus and Briareus and Gyges had first unfolded themselves from their ancient chains, was not doubt in their strength. That had never been in question, not since the first assault had shown the sky darkened by their thrown stones, but a harder and more strategic patience, the same patience Themis had counseled from the start. A weapon held in reserve retains a value that the same weapon, once spent, can never fully recover, and Zeus had understood, through 8 long years of grinding and inconclusive war, that the full unleashing of the 100-Handed One's true strength was not a thing to be spent in the war's middle contests, where even total victory would only have bought another season of the same grinding stalemate. It was a thing to be saved for the moment it could actually decide something. That moment, by the 8th year, had come. The grey year's slow erosion had done its work on both sides. The Titan's resolve fraying at its edges, certain among Cronus's allies growing visibly less certain, season by season, that the cost of continued resistance was worth whatever remained of the cause. The Olympians, meanwhile, hardened rather than broken by the same long attrition, their alliance tested and retested, until what remained of it was, if anything, stronger and more sure of itself than it had been at the war's opening. Zeus judged, and Themis and Hera, and the rest of the council agreed with him, that the Titan's line, tested at last by the full weight of the power that had been held in reserve for 8 full years, would not hold the way it might once have held. He gave the order, and the 3 brothers who had waited an age in Tartarus and 8 further years of measured, careful use on the surface were finally released to fight as what they truly were. The old singers, describing what followed, reached for images that strain even the generous scale the rest of this account has allowed itself. 300 hands, moving as one coordinated assault rather than 3 separate combatants. Stones the size of hills torn loose and thrown in volleys thick enough to blot out whatever light governed the sky in that unfinished age. The ground itself, already scarred by 8 years of war, reshaped again and more thoroughly in the span of a single sustained engagement than in all the seasons that had preceded it. This was not a battle fought for advantage, the way so much of the war's middle years had been fought. This was a battle fought to end something. The tellings that linger longest on this opening hour describe a sound before they describe a sight. A rolling, continuous roar, unlike anything the 8 preceding years of war had produced, because every prior engagement, however large, had still carried within it the ordinary rhythm of individual blows, landing and being answered, a rhythm the ear could follow, even amid chaos. What rose from the 100-handed one's first coordinated volley had no such rhythm. It was closer, the tellings say, to the sound of a mountain range deciding, all at once, and without any pause for breath, to hurl itself bodily at another mountain range, 300 arms finding their targets in the same heartbeat, again and again, without the customary interval in which a defender might gather himself between blows. Cottus led the assault at its center, his 50 heads turned toward 50 different points along the Titan line at once, so that no single defender could ever be certain which of his 50 gazes was tracking them, and which had already moved on to the next target. Briareus and Gyges pressed the flanks, and where the 3 brothers' assaults met at the seams, the tellings describe a churn of thrown stone and torn earth so total that even the combatants within it, on both sides, later struggled to say afterward what precisely had happened in any given hour of those 3 days. The Titan line, which had held through year after grinding year against every other pressure brought against it, buckled first at its edges, and then, as the assault continued without pause or mercy, through what the tellings describe as 3 unbroken days, buckled at its center as well. Even Atlas, who had held his own sector through the whole of the Middle War without ever once giving ground, found himself facing, for the first time, a pressure that did not ease, did not retreat to gather strength for a later renewal, did not observe any of the rhythms of advance and withdrawal that had governed every other stretch of this long conflict. Atlas held his ground through the first day entirely, and through the better part of the second, planted at the center of his sector, like something the earth itself had grown, rather than a combatant who might eventually be moved. And it is a measure of exactly how total this assault was, that even this, a full day and more of Atlas simply refusing to yield an inch, registers in the fuller shape of those 3 days, as barely a pause in the 100-handed one's otherwise unbroken advance elsewhere along the line. The 100-handed ones simply did not stop, and a defender built to endure any single sustained assault however mighty, discovers eventually that endurance itself has a limit when the assault against it has none. Zeus, watching this unfold, understood that the moment Themis had spoken of years before had finally fully arrived, not the moment of any single decisive stroke, for no such moment existed in this kind of war, but the moment where the Titan's capacity to continue resisting had been, at last, genuinely and comprehensively broken, rather than merely dented, as it had been dented so many times before, across so many earlier engagements. He raised the thunderbolt, held in reserve through 8 full years of war, and loosed it at last into a Titan line, already staggering under a pressure it could no longer absorb. Chapter 15. The Breaking of Othrys. What the thunderbolt did, loosed at last after 8 years of careful restraint, was not simply add one more force to an assault already underway. It changed the character of the battle entirely, the way a single spark changes the character of ground already soaked in oil. Where it struck, among the reeling ranks of Titans, already staggering under the unbroken pressure of the 100-handed one's assault, it did not merely wound. The old tellings describe fire that was not fire in any ordinary sense, a light that scoured rather than merely burned, a force that seemed, wherever it touched, to strip away for a terrible instant whatever certainty had held a Titan's resistance together, leaving behind something closer to what that Titan would have been without an age of accumulated confidence propping up the shape of their strength. It was not even now a killing stroke, because this remained, to its very end, a war between beings for whom killing was never truly the currency in play. But it was, at last, the stroke that made continued resistance not merely difficult, but plainly, undeniably futile. And there is a kind of ending that comes to a battle, not when one side can no longer physically continue, but when one side finally, fully understands that continuing no longer serves any purpose worth the cost of it. Othrys itself, the ancient seat that had stood as the Titan's unshaken height through every year of the war's earlier grinding contests, felt this shift most directly. Hyperion, whose brightness had remained unbending through 8 years of war, found his own certainty, for the first time since the conflict's opening, genuinely shaken, not defeated in single combat. For no single combat had done what the combined weight of the 100-handed ones and the loosed thunderbolt together accomplished in those 3 terrible days, but shaken in the deeper sense, the sense that mattered most in a war that had never truly been winnable by force of arms alone. He had believed, across the whole span of the conflict, in the essential rightness and permanence of the elder order he defended. What broke on Othrys in those final days of the assault was not merely a battle line. It was that belief itself, and a defender who no longer believes in the cause he is defending does not, as a rule, continue defending it with the same conviction that carried him through the years before. Cronus stood at the center of his own collapsing line, and the old tellings, when they reach this moment, do not linger long on what he felt, perhaps because there is something almost unbearable in imagining it too closely. A king who had swallowed 5 of his own children specifically to prevent this exact outcome, watching now as the 6th child he had never managed to count led an assault that had, at long last, made the outcome he had spent an age trying to forestall, not merely possible, but plainly, visibly, unstoppably underway. He did not surrender in that moment, and the war's true ending was still some distance off, for a broken line is not the same as a finished war. And there remained, even now, hard fighting still to be done before the last of the Titans' resistance could be said to have truly ended. But something essential had changed on the day Othrys's line broke under the combined weight of a weapon held in reserve for 8 years, and an army that had waited an age before being permitted, at last, to fight as what it truly was. The war that had ground on inconclusively for 8 long years had, in the span of 3 terrible days, finally found its shape, and every day that followed moved, however hard the fighting remained, in only one direction. Chapter 16. The Rout. The 2 years that followed the breaking of Othrys's line were not, in truth, 2 years of continuous fighting in the way the war's earlier grinding decade had been. They were something closer to a long, uneven collapse, the kind that follows once the deepest structural confidence holding a resistance together has genuinely given way, even though the resistance itself has not yet formally ended. Certain Titans, in these final years, fought on with a fury that owed less to any remaining hope of victory than to something more like the simple refusal to yield without a proper accounting first taken. Others, seeing clearly what Hyperion himself had begun to see on the day his own certainty broke, began quietly to withdraw from the fight, in whatever ways a Titan could withdraw from a war of this scale. Not deserting outright, for the bonds of that ancient family ran too deep for so clean a break, but fighting with a diminished conviction that Zeus's forces, pressing now with the confidence of a side that had finally seen its enemy's line give way, were quick to notice and quicker still to exploit. Atlas alone, among the great Titan commanders, did not waver in these final years, and it is this, his unbroken refusal to yield even after the line around him had given way, even after the cause he had held so long for had visibly, undeniably lost whatever momentum it once possessed, that the poets have always pointed to as the truest measure of what made him, in the end, the single Titan the victorious gods judged to deserve a punishment unlike any other. He fought on, holding whatever ground could still be held, for the whole of those final 2 grinding years, and the sheer stubbornness of that final stand, however doomed, would shape the very particular fate that later awaited him once the war was finally, fully over. Zeus, for his part, did not press the final years of the war with reckless haste. Whatever the temptation toward a quick and decisive finish might have been after 8 years of grinding patience, he had learned, across the whole span of the conflict, that a war between beings who cannot easily die is not a war that rewards haste, even at its very end. And the final campaigns of those last 2 years were fought with the same measured discipline that had, in the end, proven to be the Olympian's truest advantage all along. Press where the line is weakest, hold where it is not. Let the accumulated weight of a superior and increasingly confident force do the work that no single stroke, however mighty, could ever have accomplished alone. By the 10th year, what had once been an unbroken Titan line, stretching the whole width of the contested middle ground between Othrys and Olympus, had become something closer to a series of isolated last stands, each falling in turn to the same combined pressure that had broken Othrys itself 2 years before. Coeus and Crius, who had stood with Cronus from the war's very opening day, found their own positions overrun within weeks of each other. Iapetus's own final stand deserves fuller telling than the general shape of the rout allows, because the tellings that preserve it describe something more complicated than simple defeat. He had watched, across the final 2 years, the particular grief of a father whose sons had chosen the war's 2 sides, according to 2 entirely different readings of where wisdom lay. Prometheus already standing, by this point, openly with Olympus, his choice made years before, and never once wavered from, while Iapetus himself held to the cause he had fought for since the war's opening day, not from any failure to see what his own son had seen, the tellings suggest, but from a loyalty to his own generation that ran deeper in him than even his son's evident foresight could unseat. He fought his final stand, then as much against the slow private grief of that divide as against the Olympian forces pressing his line, and the tellings describe him holding his ground through the whole of the rout's final weeks with a doggedness that owed something, perhaps, to the simple wish not to be the one who confirmed, by breaking, that his son's early choice had been the wiser one all along. His line gave way in the end, regardless, as every line did in those final weeks, and if there is a mercy in how the tellings describe it, it is only this, that he was bound, in Tartarus's final reckoning, alongside brothers and companions who had shared the whole of his long defense, rather than left to face that ending in the isolation his final stand might otherwise have earned him. And Cronus himself, in the final weeks of that 10th and last year, stood at what remained of Othrys's height, and watched a reign that had begun with a sickle in a mother's hand, an age before, come at last to the ending his own father had promised him it would. He did not go easily. No account of this war suggests he did. But there comes a point, in even the longest and most stubbornly fought conflict, where the difference between fighting on and simply prolonging an ending, already decided, stops mattering to the outcome, however much it may still matter to the one still fighting. And by the final days of the 10th year, that point had been reached and passed on every front. The war still had left to offer. The Titanomachy, 10 years in the making, ground at last to its final battles, and what remained, once the fighting itself was finally, truly over, was not a question of who had won. That question had been settled, in its essentials, on the day Othrys's line first broke. What remained was the harder and in some ways more consequential question of what would be done now, with a victory this hard won and this total. What would be done with the defeated, and with the world, both sides, had spent 10 years reshaping in the course of deciding the question at all. Part 4. The Fall. Chapter 17. Tartarus. The victorious gods did not linger long over the question of where their defeated enemies should go, because the answer had, in a sense, already been prepared for them, an age before, by the very act that had first given Zeus the allies who ultimately won him the war. Tartarus stood ready, the same deep fold in the earth's own body that had held the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones through an entire age of unjust imprisonment, empty now of its original prisoners, and it required no great leap of understanding on anyone's part to see the terrible symmetry in what came next. The prison that had once held Zeus's own liberators would now hold the very father who had put them there. The binding was not undertaken lightly, nor without a certain grim thoroughness that spoke to how seriously the victorious gods took the lesson of the whole preceding decade. A prisoner held carelessly, this war had taught them beyond any possibility of doubting it, is a prisoner who may one day be found and freed, exactly as Zeus himself had once found and freed the Cyclopes and their 100-handed brothers. The Titans who had fought hardest and longest against Olympus's cause, Cronus foremost among them, but not Cronus alone, were led down into that same deep fold of earth, past the same 9 days' descent that separated Tartarus from the world of light above. And there, at last, they were bound. It fell in a detail the old tellings preserve with a certain grim satisfaction to the very beings whose own long imprisonment had first taught the victorious gods everything they now knew about the making and keeping of such a prison, to stand as its guards. The 100-handed ones, who had waited an age in that same dark before Zeus came down to free them, took up positions at Tartarus's threshold once the binding was complete, and where an age before there had been no gate at all, because none had ever been needed, there was now, for the first time, a boundary properly guarded. Bronze set, the old singers say, though bronze is perhaps only the nearest word available for a barrier that owed as much to the will of its guardians as to any material substance closing it. Not every Titan who had fought for Cronus's cause was bound in this final reckoning, and it is worth pausing on this, because the victorious gods, for all the hard thoroughness of their treatment of the war's most committed defenders, did not treat every defeated Titan alike. Thermes, who had crossed to Olympus's side from the war's earlier years, was of course spared any such fate, having fought for the winning cause from very early in the conflict. Oceanus, who had held to a wary neutrality through the whole 10 years, rather than commit fully to either side, was left largely undisturbed in the encircling river that was, in the truest sense, simply what he was, his caution through the war's hardest years, proving in the end a wiser course than the full commitment so many of his siblings had chosen instead. Even among those who had fought against Olympus, some, Rhea's own generation of Titanesses in particular, Thea and Phoebe and others besides, found themselves spared the full weight of Tartarus's binding, whether through the intercession of Rhea herself, who had after all lost none of her love for her own siblings, even in losing all patience with her husband, or through the victorious god's own recognition that not every combatant in a war this long and this total bore equal responsibility for having started it, or for having refused, across 10 grinding years, to end it any sooner. Cronus himself, though, was bound with a thoroughness that left no room for any future ambiguity about his fate. And it is here, at the deepest point of Tartarus, in the same dark that had once held his own father's most terrible fears, made flesh, that the great wheel his own father had once set, turning finally, fully, came to rest. The tellings that describe this final binding most fully agree on one detail worth setting down plainly, because it closes the whole long circle this account has been tracing since its very first chapter. The chains that closed around Cronus's wrists in that deepest dark were the same chains the Cyclopes had forged years before, in the very same forge where the thunderbolt itself had first taken shape. forged, as an earlier telling in this account has already noted, by hands that had themselves once worn chains no less total, in that same dark, at that same depth, for an age longer than any single Titan reign had ever run. Cronus did not resist the binding with any of the fury that might have been expected of a king watching the last of his reign taken from him. The tellings describe instead a stillness in him, at the very end, that echoed. Whether the old singers intended the echo, or simply could not help but notice it themselves. The same stillness Gaia had once described in him, an age before, when he had first taken the sickle into his hand and gone to wait at his own father's threshold. He had waited then with the patience of something that had already decided. He waited now, bound at last in the dark. His own cruelty had first prepared for others, with what the tellings describe as a very different kind of stillness, not the patience of a plan not yet finished, but the stillness of a plan finally, irreversibly over. Rhea came to that final binding, in the tellings that trouble themselves to say so, though she did not come to plead for her husband's release, for even she, by that point, understood there was no argument left that could reasonably ask for it. She came, instead, simply to be present at the ending of a marriage that had begun an age before, in the same unquestioned family closeness that had bound the whole first generation of Titans together, and that had curdled, across the slow souring of a golden age, into something she had watched happen to him, with a grief this account's own interludes have already tried to give its proper weight. She said little, the tellings suggest, and Cronus said less. What passed between them, in that final meeting before the chains closed, and the 100-handed ones took up their watch, belongs to neither triumph nor tragedy cleanly, but to something quieter and sadder than either. The plain, unglamorous grief of two beings who had once shared everything, watching the very last of that shared history close, at last, into permanent dark. Chapter 18. The Binding of the Titans. Atlas was not sent down into Tartarus with the rest of his defeated kin, and this, more than almost any other single detail of the war's aftermath, has puzzled and fascinated those who have told this story in every age since, because at first telling it seems the gentler fate. It was not. The victorious gods judged Atlas's case differently from the others, and the reasoning behind that judgment, as the old tellings preserve it, turned on the very quality that had made him the war's most formidable defender through all its hardest years. He had never wavered, not once, not even in the final 2 years of the rout, when every other great Titan commander had begun, in one way or another, to recognize the war as lost. Where Hyperion's certainty had broken on the day Othrys's line first gave way, Atlas's had not broken at all. He had simply kept holding, past the point where holding served any purpose but his own unbending refusal to yield. And the gods who now sat in judgment over the defeated Titans recognized in this something that a simple binding in Tartarus, however thorough, did not quite seem to answer. So they gave him, instead, a punishment built specifically around the very quality that had defined his war. He was set to stand at the western edge of the world, where sky meets earth, and hold up the heavens themselves upon his shoulders, bearing there, for an age with no promised ending, the literal weight of the very thing he had spent 10 years fighting to keep unchanged. It was not death, for this remained, to its final reckoning, a war in which death in the mortal sense had never been the currency at stake. It was something the old poets clearly regarded as harder to bear than death, precisely because it asked of Atlas exactly what he had always given most freely and without complaint: the capacity to hold an unbearable weight without ever setting it down, and turned that very gift, forever after, into the whole entire shape of his punishment. He stands there still, in every telling that has come down through the ages since, and there is something in that image. A Titan who never broke, made to spend eternity proving the very unbreakability that cost him everything, that later poets have returned to again and again, long after every other detail of this war has faded from common memory. The rest of the defeated Titans, those bound in Tartarus's deep dark, behind the 100-handed one's guard, received a fate less singular, but no less final. They would not be released this time by any grandchild's mercy or any change of heart among their captors, for the gods who bound them had learned, across 10 hard years of war, exactly what carelessness in such matters could eventually cost. Some tellings suggest that even this final binding was not, in the fullness of time, that stretches beyond the reach of this account, entirely permanent. That certain of the bound Titans would, in ages long after this war's ending, find their way back into stories the world had not yet finished telling. But within the scope of the Titanomachy itself, the binding held, complete and total, and the age of Titan rule that had begun with Uranus's fall and continued through Cronus's long golden reign, came at last to its final and irreversible end. Prometheus and Epimetheus, sons of Iapetus, present a stranger case still, and one the old tellings handle with a certain deliberate ambiguity, because their part in this war does not fit neatly into the categories that governed most other Titans' fates. Some accounts suggest Prometheus foresaw the war's outcome from its very beginning. His name itself means, roughly, forethought, just as his brother's means afterthought. And there is a bitter symmetry in a war decided as much by patience and foresight as by any single stroke of strength, producing 2 sons whose very names embody those opposing qualities, and chose, on the strength of that foresight, to stand with the Olympians rather than with his own father's generation, sparing himself the fate that met so many of his kin. What became of Prometheus afterward belongs to a different story than this one, a story of fire stolen and consequences paid across ages this account does not reach. But it is worth noting here, at the war's ending, that not every Titan's fate was decided purely by which mountain they had stood upon when the fighting began. Some were decided, as much as anything in this long conflict ever was, by which side of the war's true nature, force sustained or wisdom applied, a given Titan had understood soon enough to act upon. Chapter 19. The Division of the Cosmos. With the war finally fully ended, the 6 children of Cronus and Rhea, along with those allies who had stood with them through the whole of the long conflict, faced a question that no single battle, however decisive, could answer for them. What now would be done with a cosmos that had spent 10 years being reshaped in the course of deciding who would govern it? The old tellings differ on exactly how the Great Division was accomplished, whether by open agreement among the 6 freed siblings, or by lot cast among the 3 brothers in particular, Zeus and Poseidon and Hades, to determine which of the 3 great domains each would hold. But the shape of what resulted is consistent across every account that has come down through the ages, and it is worth setting out plainly here, because it is this division, more than any single battle of the war itself, that gave the new order its lasting form. The tellings that favor the account of a cast lot describe the scene with a care that suggests it mattered enormously to those who first told it. And it is worth pausing on why. 3 brothers who had fought side by side through 10 years of the hardest war this young cosmos had yet produced, standing now not on any battlefield, but in the quiet aftermath of victory, choosing to settle the greatest remaining question between them not by strength, which any one of the 3 might reasonably have claimed gave him the stronger claim, and not by birth order, which Titan custom might once have made the deciding factor, but by chance, offered equally to all 3. It was, in its way, the clearest possible signal the new order could send about what kind of sovereignty it intended to be. Not a hierarchy settled by force the way Cronus's own throne had been settled by the sickle, but a division agreed to freely, among equals who trusted one another enough to let something as unweighted as chance decide what force or seniority might otherwise have contested. Hades, in the tellings that describe this scene most fully, is said to have drawn the lot for the underworld first, and to have accepted it without complaint or visible disappointment, a quietness entirely of a piece with the whole of his part in the war that had just ended. Poseidon drew the sea, and Zeus, last of the 3, drew the sky, though the tellings are careful to note that sovereignty over the sky came bundled by a custom no single lot could fully account for, with the wider deference the other domains would come to show him, an inequality among otherwise equal brothers that none of the 3, in these earliest tellings, seemed to have found worth arguing over in the immediate aftermath of so long and so costly a war. Zeus took the sky, and with it, by long custom if not always by explicit agreement, the overarching sovereignty that the other domains would come to defer to even where they remained, in their own spheres, fully independent powers in their own right. It was, in a sense, the domain his own father had ruled before him, but Zeus's rule over it would prove, across the long reign that followed, to be built on a foundation his father's never had. Not merely inherited authority, but authority tested and proven across 10 years of war that Cronus himself had never had to face in winning his own throne. Poseidon took the sea and made of it, across the ages that followed, a domain every bit as vast and every bit as capable of shaping the fates of gods and mortals alike as his brother's sky, restless in exactly the way his temperament, through the grey years of the war, had already shown him to be, a god whose domain would come, in later ages, to reflect his own unsettled nature, as clearly as any domain has ever reflected its ruler. Hades took the underworld, not Tartarus itself, which remained a place apart, a prison rather than a kingdom, but the broader realm of the dead that would, across the ages following this war, grow to encompass the destination of every mortal soul, in a world that did not yet, in the war's own time, have very many mortals to populate it. It is a measure of Hades' own temperament, quiet and watchful through all the years of open war, that he took to this quietest and least contested of the 3 great domains without apparent complaint, ruling it across the long ages that followed, with a steadiness that owed everything to the same patient watchfulness he had shown throughout the grey years of the war itself. The remaining siblings found their places in this new order, in ways less tied to any single great domain, and more to the particular gifts each had shown across the whole span of the conflict. Hestia, who had tended the wounded and exhausted through the war's hardest years, took her place at the hearth of the new order, quite literally, becoming goddess of the hearth fire that would burn, in ages to come, at the center of every home and every temple built in the new cosmos's honor, a quieter but no less essential domain than her brother's vast external realms. Demeter, whose gifts had been so thwarted by 10 years of churned and battle-scarred earth, turned at last, with the war finally over, to the work she had always been suited for, becoming goddess of the harvest and the growing grain, restoring to the earth, season by season, what 10 years of war had so thoroughly denied it. Hera, whose steadiness under pressure had earned her a standing on Olympus that owed nothing to any single dramatic stroke, became, in time, Zeus's queen, her authority in the new order resting, as it had rested throughout the war itself, on a foundation of earned and tested respect, rather than any lesser claim. Themis, whose crossing to the Olympian cause had been the single most consequential defection of the entire war, retained her old domain of law and right order under the new sovereignty, her counsel proving in the ages that followed every bit as essential to Zeus's peacetime reign as it had been to his wartime strategy. And the Cyclopes and 100-handed ones, without whose strength the war could not have been won at all, took up the roles that would define them for every age to come. The Cyclopes returning to their forges, now serving the new order with the same craft that had once produced the thunderbolt itself, and the 100-handed ones remaining, as they had become in the war's final days, the guardians of Tartarus. Their vast strength turned now not to assault, but to the patient, permanent work of keeping what had once been so carelessly imprisoned from ever again being so carelessly freed. Gaia watched this new division settle over the world. She had done so much to reshape in bringing it about, and the old tellings suggest a complicated satisfaction in her at what she saw. The age of Titan rule truly ended at last. The wrong done to her most terribly imprisoned children finally and fully answered, but the world itself, in the process, permanently and irreversibly changed from the one she had first brought forth from her own vast body, an age before, when sky had first come down to cover her, and nothing yet had been decided about how the whole long story would go. Chapter 20. What was lost? What was won? There is a temptation at the end of any war told in the shape of a triumph, to let the triumph stand alone, unshadowed, as though the victor's cause being just were sufficient to make its cost weightless. This account will not close that way, because the war it has told does not, on any honest reckoning, permit that closing. Consider first what was won, since it is the plainer and the more obvious accounting. An age of rule that had begun in Uranus's fear and continued through Cronus's own colder, more calculated version of that same fear. A rule that had answered every threat, real or merely prophesied, with burial, with swallowing, with the simple erasure of whatever seemed inconvenient to a throne's continuation, had ended. In its place stood something genuinely new, not a rule free of its own coming flaws, for the ages that followed this war would show Zeus's own reign to be far from perfect, prone in its own way to jealousies and cruelties that later stories would tell in full, but a rule that had, at the very least, been tested by something Cronus's own throne had never been tested by. It had been fought for, openly, by 6 siblings who chose one another's cause over easier paths available to them, and it had been won with the help of allies whose only claim on the new order's gratitude was the plain, terrible fact of having been wronged first and freed second, precisely so that they might help right the wrong that had been done to them. The Cyclopes, buried an age for the crime of being feared, now stood forges of their own choosing, serving a sovereignty that had earned their loyalty by ending their imprisonment rather than merely inheriting the fact of it. The 100-handed ones, folded for an age past any comfort a body should have to bear, now stood guard over the very darkness that had once held them, not as prisoners any longer, but as the chosen keepers of a boundary they themselves had helped to close. This is not nothing. In a cosmos built, at every prior turn, on fathers devouring what they feared, a new order that began instead by freeing what had been buried, and by honoring what it freed, is itself a kind of answer to everything that came before it. But consider, too, what was lost, because a true accounting cannot look away from this either. 10 years is not, for beings such as these, a brief span even by the loosest measure available. And the world itself, Gaia's own body, reshaped and re-reshaped across a decade of unrelenting conflict, bore scars that no victory, however just, could simply undo. Rivers ran in courses they had never run in before the war began. Whole stretches of coastline had shifted, sunk, or risen in ways that owed nothing to any patient natural process, and everything to the sheer accumulated violence of gods and titans, contesting every inch of contested ground. Gaia had wanted this war, had shaped its very possibility with her own hands, and had never once, across the whole of the conflict, asked either side to stop. But wanting an ending does not spare a mother from grieving what the path to that ending cost her, and something of that grief, the old tellings suggest, never fully left her, not even in the long ages of relative peace that followed. Consider, too, the defeated themselves, and here this account asks something harder of its reader than simple satisfaction at a just cause's triumph. Cronus had done a monstrous thing, swallowing children who had done nothing but be born into a world he feared too much to trust. But Cronus had also once been a son who took up a sickle at his own mother's asking, freeing her from a father's cruelty in the very act that would, an age later, curdle into a cruelty of his own making. The wheel that turned against him had first turned, at his own hand, against his father. And there is something in that repetition. Fear, answering fear, across generations, each generation certain that this time, finally, the fear is justified, that the victors of this war would do well to remember, in the ages of their own rule still to come, rather than simply congratulate themselves for having broken it, and Atlas bearing still, in every telling that follows this one, the literal weight of the heavens upon shoulders that never once, across 10 years of the hardest fighting this war produced, gave ground to anything but overwhelming and sustained force. Atlas stands as the war's most enduring reminder that even a just victory extracts its price most fully from those who fought hardest for the losing cause, and that the line between admirable unbreakability and tragic, punished stubbornness is thinner in the telling of any war than the victors usually care to admit. What then is this epic finally about, having told the whole span of it, from Uranus's fall to the settled division of the new cosmos? It is not, in the end, simply the story of good young gods overthrowing wicked old titans, however satisfying that simpler telling might be. It is the story of a wheel, fear breeding cruelty, cruelty breeding rebellion, rebellion breeding, if the victors are not careful, the same fear in new hands that once justified the cruelty they overthrew. And of the 10 hard years it took, in this one particular turning of that wheel, for a group of gods who had themselves been wronged to choose, in the end, something other than simple repetition of the wrong done to them. They freed what had been buried, rather than burying what threatened them. They bound their defeated enemies, rather than devouring them. They built a new order on the foundation of allies honored, rather than allies merely used and discarded once their usefulness had passed. Whether that new order held to those better instincts across the whole of the long reign that followed is a story for other tellings, other ages, other singers around other fires. But at the ending of this one, at the close of the 10 years' war that broke an age of Titan rule and raised in its place the gods who would govern the world that came after, it is enough to say this: something had genuinely changed. Not merely who sat upon the throne, though that alone would have been change enough, but what kind of throne it was, and who had earned the right, through hardship shared and freedom given rather than merely taken, to stand beside it. The war was over. The Titans were bound or scattered or standing eternal watch at the world's western edge. The gods who had fought and won stood now upon Olympus, no longer merely the untested children they had been when Zeus first came down off Mount Ida, but a sovereignty tested by fire and earned by 10 years of blood and patience both. What they built upon that foundation belongs to other stories, but this much can be said plainly. At the closing of this one, they had, in the deepest sense, the old poets understood, earned the right to try. Here ends the Titanomachy, but this doesn't mean the end. Now we explore the many interludes and duels between the gods. Interlude 1, the choice of Prometheus, belongs chronologically within Part 2, alongside Chapters 4 and 5, before the war's first assault. Among the sons of Iapetus, 2 stood apart from their brothers in a way that had nothing to do with strength, and everything to do with how each looked at the future, bearing down on their whole family. Epimetheus was the elder in temperament, if not always in the telling's reckoning of birth order, and his name, afterthought, was not given to him as an insult so much as an honest description of how he moved through the world. Acting first, in the confident, unreflective way so many of his generation had always acted, and understanding the shape of what he had done only once it was already done, and could no longer be undone. He was not foolish, exactly. He was simply a creature of his age, the golden and already souring age in which reflection had rarely been required of anyone born a Titan, because Titans had rarely, until this war, faced consequences that could not simply be outlasted. Prometheus was made differently, or had made himself differently, and the old tellings are not entirely certain which. His name meant forethought, and he had earned it early, watching the family he had been born into with an attention that unsettled even those who loved him, because he did not merely watch what was happening. He watched, always, 3 and 4 steps beyond it, to what would happen because of what was happening now, and what would happen after that. He saw the war coming before the cup of deception had even been carried to Cronus's hand. He saw it in the shape of the prophecy Uranus had laid on his son, a prophecy that had not, in Prometheus's careful reading of it, ended with Cronus's own reign. For a curse that repeats itself once, passed from a father wronged to a son who becomes, in his turn, the same kind of father, does not simply stop repeating because one generation has finally been punished for it. It stops, if it stops at all, only when someone in the pattern chooses deliberately to break the shape of the pattern rather than merely occupy the next position in it. He went to his brother first, because loyalty asked that much of him, even before wisdom confirmed it. He told Epimetheus what he had seen coming: the deception, the war, the years of grinding attrition that would follow. And beneath all of it, the deeper truth that this was a war the elder generation could not, in the end, actually win, however long and however hard they made the younger gods work to prove it. Epimetheus, true to his nature, heard this and did not know what to do with it until events had already begun to bear it out, by which time the choosing was mostly already done for him by the simple momentum of which side his body happened to be standing near when the fighting started. Prometheus made his choice differently, and made it early, and made it alone, in the way that anyone who sees further than their family usually must. He went, in the last quiet season, before the cup of deception was carried to Cronus, to find Zeus himself, not yet a war-tested commander, still closer to the young god fresh off Mount Ida than to the sovereign he would become. And he told him plainly what he had foreseen, and plainly, too, that he intended to stand with the newer order rather than the elder one, whatever cost that choice extracted from him among his own kin. Zeus asked him why, and the answer Prometheus gave, in the tellings that have preserved it most carefully, is worth setting down close to how it was first spoken, because it says something true about the whole war that this account has been trying, in its longer and more roundabout way, to say as well, that he had watched an age of rule built on fear devouring its own children, and had decided, watching it, that he would rather stand with whatever came after that age, however uncertain its own eventual failings might prove to be, than spend one more day lending his own considerable foresight to propping up a fear he had already seen clearly enough to name. It was not an easy choice, and the old tellings do not pretend it was received easily by the family he turned from. Iapetus, his father, fought the whole 10 years for Cronus's cause, and was bound in the war's ending, alongside so many of his generation. And there is no version of this story in which Prometheus's choice did not cost him something real in the currency of blood and belonging. But he held to it through all 10 years, offering Zeus's counsel that no one else on Olympus could quite match. Not the brute strategic patience Themis brought, which concerned itself with how a war between the undying should properly be fought, but something adjacent and complementary to it, a running, quiet foresight about what the Titan's next move was likely to be, drawn not from any special magic, but simply from having grown up close enough to that generation's habits of mind to predict, with an unsettling accuracy, how they were likely to think. What became of Prometheus after this war ended? The theft of fire, the gift he made of it to a world not yet properly populated with mortals to receive it, and the long, singular punishment that followed, belongs to a different telling than this one. But it is worth setting his choice down here, at its proper place in the chronology of the war itself, because it is the clearest single instance in the whole span of the Titanomachy of a being choosing his side, not out of family loyalty, and not out of fear of the eventual victor, but out of a clear-eyed reading of which future deserved, on its own honest merits, to be built. Interlude 2. The Duel at Othrys's Gate belongs chronologically within Chapter 15, during the 3 days the Titan line broke. Of the countless individual contests fought across 10 years of war, the old singers preserved relatively few in any real detail, for the reasons this account has already given. A war between beings who cannot easily die does not lend itself to the kind of decisive single combat that later ages, fighting mortal wars with mortal stakes, would come to treasure in their own storytelling. But one contest, fought on the second of the 3 days that broke Othrys's line, has come down through the ages in enough detail to be worth telling properly, because it is the closest this war ever came to a direct meeting between the two figures whose whole long conflict this ultimately was. Cronus met Zeus in the open ground before Othrys's gate on that second terrible day, and it was not, by any account, a meeting either god had planned. The chaos of the 100-handed one's assault had scattered both armies into 100 separate contests, raging across the whole width of the broken line, and it was simply the churning accident of a battle that size that brought father and son, at last, face to face, close enough to strike. For the first time since the night, the cup of deception had emptied Cronus of everything he had swallowed. Cronus did not flee this meeting, whatever else might be said of the desperate state of his line, by that second day. He had ruled an age by patience and calculation, but he had never, in all his long reign, been a coward in any simple sense. And he turned to face the sun. He had never managed to count among his prisoners with the same flat, terrible steadiness he had once brought to the swallowing of 5 other children. What passed between them in that meeting, the old tellings agree, was brief. Briefer, certainly, than the weight of everything it settled might suggest it should have been. But this too is a truth about wars of this kind that the earlier chapters of this account have already tried to make plain. A decisive moment in an undying war is rarely a long one, because length is not what such moments require. Cronus struck first, and struck with the accumulated strength of an age of rule behind the blow. And Zeus, who had spent 10 years learning exactly the kind of patience his father had once prided himself on, did not answer immediately. He held, absorbed what could be absorbed, gave ground where giving ground cost him nothing essential, and waited. The same discipline that had kept the thunderbolt sheathed for 8 full years now turned, in miniature, to the span of a single contest. For the opening that his father's own fury, however controlled, would eventually offer him. It came, as such openings in this account have tended to come, not from any error of skill, but from the simple, accumulating weight of everything already bearing down on Cronus that day. The 100-handed one's unbroken assault on every side, the visible fraying of a line he had held together through sheer force of will for 10 years, the terrible private knowledge, settling now into something he could no longer keep from his face, that his father's old curse had finally, after every precaution, found him exactly where prophecy had always said it would. Zeus did not loose the thunderbolt in this meeting. That stroke belonged to the wider battle, thrown at the reeling line as a whole, rather than at any single figure within it. And the tellings are careful on this point, because it matters. The war's true ending was not decided by a son striking down his father in single combat, however satisfying such a clean resolution might read in a shorter and less honest telling. It was decided, as it had always been going to be decided, by the accumulated weight of 10 years and every ally freed and every weapon patiently held in reserve, finally brought to bear all at once. What happened at Othrys's gate was smaller than that, and in its way, sadder. A son standing his ground against a father who had once tried to erase his very existence, neither striking the final blow, both understanding, in the brief and terrible clarity of that single contest, exactly how the wider war around them had already, irreversibly, been decided. Cronus withdrew from that meeting rather than continuing it to any further conclusion, and some tellings suggest this was the moment his own resolve, like Hyperion's beside him, finally and fully broke. Not from any wound Zeus dealt him, for the tellings are consistent that no blow from that meeting alone unmade him, but from the plain, unbearable clarity of standing at last before the child he had spent an age trying to prevent, and finding him not a threat still preventable, but a sovereignty already, undeniably arrived. Interlude 3. Hyperion's long dimming belongs chronologically alongside chapters 12 and 15, spanning the grey years through the breaking of Othrys. Hyperion deserves fuller telling than the earlier chapters gave him, because his arc through this war, bright certainty worn down across 10 hard years into something far more complicated, is in its own way as central to understanding what this war actually cost as any single battle the fuller account has already described. He had been, before the war, among the most luminous of his generation in every sense the word could carry, father in the tellings of later ages, to the very sun and moon and dawn that would come to light the ordered world once mortals arrived to need such ordering. And it was this quality, a brightness that seemed, before the war, almost incapable of doubt, that made him, once the fighting began, Cronus's most valuable commander, and, in the end, the clearest single measure of how completely that fighting eventually broke even the most unshakable confidence among the Titans' ranks. Through the war's opening years, Hyperion fought with a certainty that the Olympians' own accounts, preserved second-hand through allies who witnessed it, describe almost with a kind of reluctant admiration. He did not merely believe in the Elder Order's eventual victory. He seemed, in those years, constitutionally incapable of imagining any other outcome. And there is a genuine power in that kind of unclouded conviction, however wrong it eventually proved to be, that lent every early contest he took part in a weight beyond what his strength alone would have accounted for. The third-year stalemate troubled him less than it troubled Cronus in those early years, because Hyperion's confidence was not built on any expectation of quick victory. It was built on something deeper, and in its way, more dangerous to eventually break. A settled conviction that time itself favored the Elder Order, that patience was a Titan's natural inheritance in a way it could not yet be a young god's, and that the war, however long it ran, would eventually resolve in favor of whichever side had simply existed longer and understood the shape of existence more completely. It was the gray years that first began to trouble this conviction, not through any single defeat, for Hyperion suffered no single defeat in those grinding, largely inconclusive middle years, significant enough to shake him on its own. What troubled him instead was the accumulating evidence of a pattern he had not expected and did not know how to account for within his own settled understanding of how time was supposed to favor his cause. The young gods were not merely surviving the war's long attrition, as any patient elder power might expect a younger and less experienced enemy eventually to fail to do. They were, across those same grinding years, visibly growing more capable, more coordinated, more formidable with every season that passed, in a way that ran directly against everything Hyperion's whole prior existence had taught him to expect from beings so young. By the 7th year, when the first cracks in Titan resolve began to show elsewhere in the ranks, Hyperion's own bright certainty had already, quietly, begun to dim. Not collapsed, not yet, for that collapse would not come until the assault that broke Othrys's line 2 years later, but dimmed in the way a fire dims long before it finally goes out, still giving light, still capable of real heat, but no longer burning with the same unclouded and unquestioning brightness it had carried into the war's opening years. When the true breaking came, in the 3 terrible days the fuller account has already described, it came for Hyperion not as a sudden shock, but as the final, almost merciful confirmation of a doubt he had already, quietly, been carrying for 3 grinding years by that point. He had believed once in the essential rightness and permanence of the order he defended. What broke, on the day Othrys's line finally gave way, was not merely that belief's foundation. It was the last remaining piece of Hyperion himself that had not already, across the long gray years before it, begun readying itself for exactly this ending. The tellings do not say clearly whether Hyperion was among those bound in Tartarus's final dark, or among those whose fate the wider account has left less certain. Perhaps this uncertainty is itself the truest thing the old singers ever preserved about him. That a being who had once burned so brightly with unclouded conviction ended the war he fought so long and so well for, in a dimness the poets themselves could not quite bring into clear enough focus to describe with any certainty at all. Interlude 4, Rhea's Watch, belongs chronologically across the whole span of the war, from chapter 5 through chapter 16. No figure in this account occupies a stranger position than Rhea, and it is worth pausing on her particular vantage, because every other combatant in this war fought it from one clear side or the other, while she alone spent the whole of it bound, by blood and by marriage both, to both. She had borne every child on the Olympian side of this war, not merely conceived them, but carried each one through the specific horror of knowing, before each birth, exactly what her own husband intended to do the moment the child drew breath, and had endured that horror 5 full times before the deception on Crete finally let her endure something closer to hope instead. It would be simple, and not entirely wrong, to say that her whole loyalty in this war belonged plainly to the children she had fought so hard and so long to save. But the old tellings resist that simple accounting, because Rhea's grief did not end when her 6th child was safely hidden on Mount Ida. It merely changed shape. She had loved Cronus once, in whatever way that word could be said to apply between 2 titans of the first generation, born into a marriage that was less a choice freely made than the plain, unquestioned shape their whole family had always taken, sister to brother, the circle closing rather than opening outward. Whatever love had lived in that marriage before the swallowing began, it did not survive the swallowing intact. But the tellings are careful to note that something did survive, some thinner, sadder thread of the family bond that had once held the whole first generation of Titans together. And it was this thread, not any wavering in her loyalty to her freed children, that made Rhea's part in this war so much harder to bear than a simpler telling would allow. It was Rhea, the tellings agree, who went to her freed children in the war's final year and asked of them the one mercy that the fuller account has already described, without dwelling long on who had asked for it, that not every Titan who had fought for Cronus's cause be bound in Tartarus's final dark alongside him. She did not ask this for Cronus himself. Even she, by the war's ending, understood that no accounting available to the victors could reasonably spare him the fate his own choices had built toward across an entire age. But she asked it for her sisters, for Thea and Phoebe and others of that same first generation, who had stood with their brother out of the same tangled inheritance of family loyalty that Rhea herself had once felt, and had never, in the whole span of the war, done anything so monstrous as what Cronus himself had done to earn his own particular ending. Zeus granted this, the tellings say, not merely out of filial deference to a mother whose whole part in this war had been sacrifice from its very first chapter, but because he had learned, across 10 years of watching a war between the undying grind on without any clean resolution available, that mercy shown where mercy could reasonably be afforded was not weakness. It was, if anything, the clearest possible evidence that the new order being built on Olympus intended to be something genuinely different from the order it had just spent a decade overthrowing. Rhea did not join the celebrations, such as they were, once the division of the cosmos had finally settled the new order's shape. The tellings describe her instead, withdrawing for a time to a quieter existence, at the margins of the new Olympian court, present at her children's triumph, but never quite fully inside it, carrying in a way none of her 6 freed children, who had, after all, never had to watch a husband become what Cronus became, only ever known him already fully arrived at that ending, could entirely share or lighten. She had won in every sense that mattered. She had also lost a husband to something she had watched happen slowly, an age before the war ever properly began, and no victory available to a mother in her position could fully undo the watching. Interlude 5. The sea that held still. belongs chronologically alongside chapters 9 and 12, across the war's long middle years. Oceanus's choice to remain neutral through the whole span of the Titanomachy has been mentioned already in this account, but it deserves fuller telling, because neutrality of this kind, sustained across 10 years of a war that consumed nearly every other member of his own generation, was neither simple nor, in the end, entirely without its own cost. He was, by the reckoning of every telling that discusses him, among the eldest and most powerful of the first Titan generation, the great encircling river that bounded the whole of the young world, father to 3,000 river gods and as many ocean nymphs, a power whose weight, thrown fully behind either side of this war, might well have shortened the whole 10 years considerably. That he chose to throw it behind neither side has puzzled tellings in every age since, and the explanations offered have never entirely agreed with one another, but the account preserved most consistently traces his choice back to a long private conversation with his wife Tethys in the war's very first season, before battle lines had yet fully hardened into the shape they would hold for the following decade. Tethys, the tellings suggest, had watched Cronus's long reign with an unease she had rarely voiced openly, uneasy in a way that ran deeper than any single grievance, an unease, perhaps, that any being closely bound to the endless patient flow of water might naturally feel toward a rule built on burial, on stopping things, on holding threats motionless in the dark, rather than letting anything move freely toward whatever it was becoming. She did not counsel her husband to take up arms against his own brother, but she counseled him, plainly, against lending the full weight of his own vast power to preserving an order she had never fully trusted. And Oceanus, who valued his wife's counsel as much as he valued his own considerable strength, found in her unease a confirmation of something he had already, quietly, begun to suspect on his own. What resulted was 10 years of a peculiar and difficult position, a Titan of the first generation, kin by blood to nearly every combatant on both sides of the war, watching that whole war unfold along and sometimes directly across his own encircling banks, and refusing, through every single year of it, to let his own vast strength be drawn fully into the deciding of it. This was not, the tellings are careful to note, entirely passive. Battles fought near his waters strained his patience more than once, and there are tellings that describe him withdrawing his own waters from certain contested shorelines, specifically to deny either side an advantage his mere presence might otherwise have lent them. A kind of active neutrality rather than a simply absent one. The cost of this choice showed itself most clearly in the war's aftermath, when the victorious gods came to settle accounts with every Titan who had taken a side. Oceanus, having taken none, found himself in the strange position of being neither punished nor fully celebrated. Left, as the fuller account has already noted, largely undisturbed in his ancient domain, but also, in a way the tellings suggest he felt keenly, even if he never voiced it plainly, somewhat apart from the new order's inner councils, in a way his own vast power and ancient standing might otherwise have earned him a place within. Neutrality, even wisely chosen and faithfully held, does not always purchase the same warmth that costly loyalty purchases. And Oceanus, watching his nephews and nieces settle into the governance of a world he had done nothing to help them win, understood this trade for exactly what it was, and did not, by any surviving account, ever once complain of it. Interlude 6. What Aphrodite watched belongs chronologically across the whole span of the war, beginning immediately after Chapter 1. Aphrodite's birth, this account has already told, in the foam that gathered where Uranus's wound touched the restless sea. What it has not yet told is what she did with the whole long age, between that birth and the ending of this war, because she does not fit easily into either army. This account has spent 19 chapters describing, and her strange position outside the war's two clear sides is worth its own telling. She was not a combatant, in any sense the fuller account's earlier chapters have used that word. She raised no weapon in any of the war's 10 years, took no side in the formal alliances that gathered on Othrys and on Olympus, and yet she was present, in a way the old tellings insist upon, even where they struggle to explain exactly what her presence meant. At nearly every turning point, this account has already described. A figure at the margins of the war's great councils and battles alike, watching with an attention that had nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with something else. This war, fought as it was almost entirely in the register of force and patience, had very little room to properly hold. The tellings suggest she moved, across those 10 years, largely uncommitted to either side's cause, not from Oceanus's kind of principled neutrality, but from something closer to simple indifference to the question the war was actually being fought over. She had been born of violence directly, the very first violence this whole long account describes, and perhaps this gave her an unusual clarity about what such violence could and could not ultimately settle. Thrones could change hands through it, prisoners could be freed or bound through it, but the deeper currents she herself embodied, desire, longing, the strange gravity that draws one being toward another, for reasons force can never fully account for, ran beneath the whole war, untouched by anything either side did to try to win it. Where she appears most clearly in the tellings that survive is not on any battlefield, but in the quieter margins around it, present in one telling, at the edge of the grey years' long attrition, drawn to comfort, in whatever way her particular nature offered comfort, gods and titans alike, who have been worn thin by years of fighting a war that never seemed to end, without any apparent concern for which side of the conflict the worn and weary figure in front of her happened to belong to. This even-handedness unsettled some among the Olympian council, who found it difficult to trust a power that seemed to owe her deepest loyalty to something other than the war's own clear moral accounting. But it endeared her to others, Hestia foremost among them, who had spent those same grey years tending wounds without much concern for which side had dealt them either, and who recognized in Aphrodite's strange neutrality something closer to her own gentler instincts than to Oceanus's more calculated distance. When the war ended and the great division of the cosmos was settled among the victors, Aphrodite's place within it was never quite so cleanly assigned as her Olympian half-siblings' domains had been, and the tellings suggest this suited her precisely, because a power born of violence and standing throughout an entire war, apart from every side that violence produced, was perhaps always going to resist being folded neatly into whatever order the war's winners built once the fighting was finally, fully done. She took her place among the new gods all the same, in the ages that followed this one, but she took it, the old singers insist, on her own terms, in her own time, exactly as she had watched the whole 10 years' war unfold, present at its center whenever she chose to be, but never, not once, claimed fully by it. Interlude 7, The Forge Beneath, belongs chronologically alongside Chapter 7, expanding the making of the great weapons. The fuller account has already told, briefly, how the Cyclopes forged the thunderbolt, the trident, and the helm of darkness in the depths of Tartarus before the freed gods climbed back toward the surface war. It is worth returning to that forge a while longer, because the making of those 3 weapons was not the work of a single easy night, however the earlier telling's pace might have suggested. And the manner of their making says something about the Cyclopes themselves that a briefer account could not properly hold. Brontes, Steropes, and Arges had been smiths before their imprisonment. In whatever rudimentary sense smithing existed in that first, unfinished age of the world, and an age spent chained in the dark had not dulled the craft in them so much as concentrated it, the way any denied appetite sharpens rather than fades when it is finally given room again. What they made for the freed gods was not simply forged. It was, in the fullest sense, the old tellings understood the word, argued into being, each brother contributing a different register of skill to the working, Brontes shaping the raw violence of the material into something that could be aimed rather than merely unleashed, Steropes tracing into that raw violence the particular precise brightness that would let its wielder see, even in the chaos of battle, exactly where the strike would land, and Argus, the bright one, whose very name promised something of what he brought to the work, setting into the finished weapons a quality the tellings struggled to name plainly, something between clarity and truth, so that a blow struck true by Zeus's bolt would strike exactly where it was meant to, and nowhere else, however chaotic the battle around it. The 3 brothers argued as they worked, the tellings say, in the particular way that master craftsmen, who respect one another's differing strengths, have always argued over shared labor, not from discord, but from the productive friction of 3 different visions of the same object being refined, each against the others, into something none of them could have made entirely alone. Brontes wanted the bolt heavier, more purely destructive. Steropes wanted it lighter, more precise. And it was Arges, the tellings suggest, who most often settled these disputes, not by simple compromise, but by finding, again and again, some third shaping neither brother had considered that answered both concerns at once. They did not forge only for Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, though those 3 gifts are the ones every later telling remembers best. They forged, too, in that same long-working, smaller gifts for the war still to come. Implements the fuller account's earlier chapters, folded quietly into the general description of stone and spear, without pausing to credit their makers. The great war hammers the 100-handed ones would carry into their first assault, tempered specifically to survive contact with Titan flesh without shattering. A set of unbreakable chains, forged well before they were ever needed, that would find their final use only in the war's last chapter, binding Cronus himself in Tartarus's deepest dark. It is this last detail the tellings linger on longest, because there is something the old singers clearly found worth dwelling upon, in the fact that the very chains which would one day bind the war's defeated instigator were forged, years before that binding was needed, by three smiths who had themselves spent an age bound in exactly that same dark, by the instigator's own hand. Whether the Cyclopes forged those chains already knowing, with a smith's foresight, exactly whose wrists they would eventually close around, no telling says for certain. But it is hard, reading the old accounts, not to sense in the detail a kind of grim and patient justice. The imprisoned, once freed, crafting with their own hands the very instrument that would ensure their imprisoner never again walked free to imprison anyone else. Interlude 8. Themis and the Shape of Judgment belongs chronologically across chapters 5, 10, and 19, tracing her counsel through the war. Themis's part in this war has been mentioned at several points already in the fuller account. Her defection to Olympus's cause in the war's early days, her counsel in the 3rd year that first named the deeper truth the whole war eventually turned on, her retained domain of law and right order, once the new cosmos was divided among the victors. But the shape of what she actually did, across 10 years of war, deserves fuller telling than a few scattered mentions can properly convey, because Themis's contribution to this war's ending was, in its own quiet way, as essential as the thunderbolt itself, even though it never once took the form of any blow struck on any battlefield. She had been, before the war, among the most respected of the Titan generation, precisely because her domain, the working out of what fairness and right order actually meant, in a cosmos that had never before needed the question settled, required a kind of patient, careful judgment that most of her siblings, more comfortable wielding raw strength than weighing competing claims against one another, had little natural gift for. When she chose to stand with the newly freed gods rather than with her own generation, it was this same careful judgment, turned now toward the practical question of how an undying war could actually be won, that she brought to Olympus's cause. It was Themis, more than any other single figure on the Olympian Council, who first understood and then patiently taught the younger gods the deep structural truth the fuller account's 13th chapter has already laid out at length, that a war between beings who cannot properly die cannot be won by any accumulation of individual victories, however numerous, and must instead be won by the much harder and more patient work of making an enemy's continued resistance genuinely, comprehensively impossible. This was not, in the years before the war's decisive turn, an easy lesson to teach a group of young gods eager, understandably, for some cleaner and more immediately satisfying path to victory. The tellings suggest more than one heated council in the war's early years, Poseidon in particular chafing against a strategic patience that ran directly against his own restless temperament. And it speaks to Themis's particular authority, earned, unlike so much else in that young alliance, through the sheer evident soundness of her judgment rather than through any claim of strength or birthright. That her counsel held even against that resistance, year after grinding year, until events themselves finally proved her reading of the war correct. Her deepest contribution, though, came not in the war's fighting, but in its ending, in the long and delicate work of deciding what would actually be done with the Titans once they were defeated. It would have been simple, and perhaps even satisfying in the moment, to treat every defeated Titan alike, binding the whole generation indiscriminately in Tartarus's dark as a clean and total answer to 10 years of grievance. Themis argued against this patiently and at length in the war's final councils, insisting that right order, the very thing she had spent an age learning to weigh and define, required distinguishing between those who had driven the war's cruelties and those who had simply been swept into a family conflict, not fully of their own making. It was Themis's careful arguing, as much as Rhea's maternal pleading, that shaped the final, more measured accounting the fuller account has already described. Cronus bound with full and irreversible thoroughness, Atlas given his own singular and terrible punishment, weighted to the particular quality of his own unbroken resistance. Others among the defeated Titans spared the deepest dark in recognition of a lesser share in the war's true cruelties. This distinction, more than any single military victory, may be the truest measure of what this war actually changed. An order built on Cronus's model would not have troubled itself with such distinctions. A threat was a threat, and threats in that model were simply and comprehensively removed. That the victorious gods chose, at Themis's patient insistence, to weigh and distinguish rather than simply remove wholesale, was the clearest possible evidence. At the war's very ending, that something genuinely different had been built on Olympus than the order it had just spent 10 years overthrowing. Interlude 9. The Unseen Hand belongs chronologically alongside chapters 12 and 14, expanding Hades' quiet contribution to the war. Of the 3 brothers who divided the great domains of the new cosmos between them, Hades is the one this fuller account has treated most briefly, and this is, in its way, a fitting irony, because it mirrors exactly the quality that made him, throughout the war itself, so difficult for anyone, ally or enemy alike, to properly account for. The helm of darkness the Cyclops forged for him did more than render its wearer simply unseen, though even that alone would have made him invaluable to a war fought, as this one so often was, along battle lines that shifted with the accumulated confusion of 10 years' grinding contest. What it granted him, more precisely, was a kind of complete absence from notice, not merely invisible to the eye, but somehow beneath the level of attention that even careful watchers on both sides instinctively paid to their surroundings, so that Hades could move through the very heart of a Titan war council in the tellings that describe this most vividly, and leave without a single figure present ever quite registering, even afterward, that anyone at all had passed among them. He used this gift, across the war's long middle years, not for any single dramatic strike, but for the patient, unglamorous accumulation of exactly the kind of knowledge that Themis's strategic patience needed to be useful. Where a Titan line's confidence outran its actual readiness, which among Cronus's commanders harbored doubts they had not yet voiced even to their own allies. Where, in the vast and shifting geography of the contested middle ground, an assault might land against genuine weakness rather than merely visible strength. It was Hades, the tellings suggest, who first carried back to the Olympian Council the earliest signs of the fraying loyalty that would eventually crack fully open in the war's 7th year. Signs gathered not through any single dramatic infiltration, but through years of patient, unseen, largely unglamorous presence at the very edges of councils that never once suspected they were being watched. This quiet, unglamorous contribution cost him something. The tellings are honest enough to name plainly. A kinder recognition the other two brothers received far more readily. Zeus's thunderbolt struck visibly, decisively, at the war's most dramatic turning point, and every teller of this tale since has found it the easiest thread to follow and to celebrate. Poseidon's trident, too, produced the kind of visible, dramatic effect, shaken ground, risen seas, that lodges easily in memory and song. Hades's contribution, by its very nature, resisted this kind of easy celebration, because a gift built entirely around not being noticed does not lend itself to being remembered noticeably, even by the very allies it served. Perhaps this is why, when the great division of the cosmos came, Hades took the quietest and least visibly glorious of the 3 great domains without apparent complaint. And perhaps it is why the tellings that follow this war, across every later age, so consistently describe him as the most withdrawn and least courted of the 3 brothers, ruling his realm with a steadiness that drew little of the attention his brothers' domains so naturally attracted. He had spent the whole of the war learning to work unseen, in service of a victory he then watched be credited, in nearly every telling that followed, to the more visible strokes his brothers had struck. If this cost him anything in the way of recognition, no surviving account suggests he ever once, in all the ages of his long reign, thought to ask for more. Interlude 10. The Memory Keeper belongs chronologically across the whole span of the war, and speaks to how this very account came to exist. Every telling this account has drawn upon, the tellings that preserve Cottus's words, the tellings that describe Hyperion's long dimming, the tellings that disagree, gently, over whether Rhea or Metis carried the fatal cup, owes its survival, however many hands and voices it passed through before reaching the poets, who first set it in more lasting form. To a single Titaness this account has not yet properly named, though her fingerprints lie on every chapter that has come before this one. Mnemosyne was memory itself, in the most literal sense that first unfinished age could grant the word, and she stood apart from her siblings' war in a manner unlike any other Titan this account has described, not neutral in Oceanus's careful and calculated sense, and not uncommitted in the freer sense that shaped Aphrodite's strange position at the margins, but something closer to necessary to both sides at once, in a way that made her position throughout the whole 10 years genuinely unlike anyone else's. She did not fight. The tellings are unanimous on this, and it is worth asking why a being of her evident power for memory, properly understood, is not a passive faculty, but an active one, the same force that lets a promise outlast the moment it was spoken, or a grievance outlast the wrong that first produced it, never once took up arms on either mountain's behalf. The answer the tellings give, when they trouble themselves to give one, is this: Mnemosyne understood, better perhaps than any other single figure in this war, that a conflict of this length and this consequence would be fought twice. Once in the actual clash of stone and thunderbolt. This account has spent so many chapters describing, and a second time, far longer and in some ways far more consequential, in the retelling of it across every age that followed. She chose to fight that second war, and to fight it as she saw it, with the same seriousness Themis brought to the first. This meant, in practice, that she moved through the war's 10 years, the way a careful witness moves through any great and terrible event, present at councils on both mountains at different points, the tellings suggest, though never fully committed to either. Present, too, at smaller and quieter moments. This account's own interludes have already tried to preserve. Hestia's fire in the grey years, Rhea's final visit to a husband she no longer loved but had not yet fully stopped grieving, Cottus's 50-fold answer in the depths of Tartarus. She carried these moments forward, not merely as a passive vessel, but as a chooser, deciding across the whole span of the war and the ages that followed it, which threads deserved to survive the telling, and which would be allowed to fade. For memory, however vast, is not infinite, and every act of remembering is also necessarily an act of choosing what will not be remembered alongside it. It is worth sitting with the discomfort in this, because the tellings themselves do not shy from it. Every account this whole epic has drawn upon is, by its very nature, a chosen account, shaped by a Titaness who stood outside the war's two sides, and yet held, in her own hands, the power to decide how each side would be remembered by every generation that came after. Whether she chose fairly, whether Hyperion's dimming has been given its true weight, whether Atlas's punishment has been remembered with the complexity it deserves, rather than flattened into simple myth, whether the quieter contributions of figures like Hades and Hestia have been preserved in anything like proportion to their true importance, is a question this account cannot answer from within itself, because this account is itself, in the end, only one more telling, drawn from the same well Mnemosyne first filled. What can be said, at least, is this. She did not choose to let the war be forgotten, and in an age when forgetting would have been the easier and less demanding choice, that alone is no small thing. Interlude 11. The Duel of Cryus and the Seaborn belongs chronologically within Chapter 9 during the war's early middle years. Among the individual contests the fuller account's earlier chapters have already described in passing, Hyperion against Poseidon in the war's opening hour, Zeus and Cronus meeting briefly at Othrys's gate in the war's final days. One further duel survives in the tellings, with enough detail to merit its own telling, because it captures something the war's larger movements, focused as they necessarily are on its most famous combatants, tend to leave out. The experience of the war's lesser-known titans, whose part in the fighting mattered every bit as much to the outcome, even where later ages remembered them less. Cryus was among the less celebrated of the great Titan generation, even before the war began. His domain and his particular gifts less clearly defined in the tellings than his more famous siblings. And it may be this very lack of a fixed, singular identity that made him, across the war's middle years, one of Cronus's most adaptable field commanders, a Titan willing to be sent wherever the shifting line most needed reinforcing, rather than one bound, as Hyperion was bound to brightness, or Atlas to sheer endurance. to a single mode of fighting. It was in the war's 4th year, in the earliest stretch of what this account's 12th chapter has already named the Grey Years, that Creus met one of the 100-handed brothers, Gyges in the tellings that specify, in a contest that neither side, at the time, regarded as especially significant, one skirmish among the countless inconclusive skirmishes that filled those grinding middle years. What makes it worth recovering now is the account's description of how the two combatants tested each other, because it offers a rare close look at exactly the kind of tactical improvisation this war demanded of everyone who fought in it, famous or otherwise. Creus, understanding that he could not simply outstrength a being with 50 arms working in coordination, chose instead to fight for position rather than for any single decisive blow. Circling, feinting, forcing Gyges to commit each of his many arms to covering ground rather than striking, in the hope of finding some gap in a defense built on sheer redundancy rather than on any single vulnerable point. Gyges, for his part, is described adjusting to this strategy within the contest's opening exchanges, a fragment of the tellings noting with something like professional admiration that 50 heads, thinking as one, could redistribute their attention far faster than any single-minded opponent could hope to outmaneuver, so that whatever gap Creus sought to open, half a dozen of Gyges' eyes had already anticipated and closed before it could be exploited. The contest ended, as so many contests in this war's middle years ended, without a clear victor, both combatants withdrawing by unspoken mutual recognition, once it became apparent that neither could break the other's approach without cost disproportionate to whatever ground might be won. It is exactly this kind of unremarkable, inconclusive meeting, repeated countless times across the war's grinding middle years by combatants whose names the larger tellings rarely bother to preserve, that this account's earlier chapters have already tried to insist mattered as much to the war's eventual shape as any single dramatic stroke. The slow, patient testing of an enemy's true capabilities, contest by unglamorous contest, until both sides finally understood, by the 3rd year's end, and more fully still by the 7th, exactly what kind of war they were actually fighting. Interlude 12. Thea's Waiting belongs chronologically across the whole span of the war, alongside Hyperion's arc in Interlude 3. Thea, wife to Hyperion, and mother to 3 children not yet born when this war began, children the fuller ages of mythology would come to know as Helios the sun, Selene the moon, and Eos the dawn, occupies a position in this war's tellings that the fuller account has not yet given its proper due, because her part in the conflict was not fought on any battlefield, and yet it shaped, in ways the tellings only fully reveal once the war's ending is reached, exactly what kind of light the world still to come would actually have. She was herself a titaness of sight, and of the shining things that make sight possible, and it is one of the stranger ironies the tellings preserve that a war fought, in this account's own words, in the light of a sky they had not seen since before their birth had properly finished, was fought for its whole 10 years under light that remained, in the truest sense, still unfinished. The sun and moon and dawn that would one day govern mortal time not yet born, not yet claimed by any settled order, waiting, as so much else in this unfinished cosmos waited, for the war's ending to decide what shape they would finally take. Thea watched her husband's long dimming, described more fully in this account's third interlude, with a grief the telling suggests she carried differently than Rhea carried her own grief over Cronus. Because where Rhea watched a husband curdle across an age into the very cruelty she had once feared in his father, Thea watched something gentler and in its way sadder. A husband who had done nothing monstrous, who had simply believed, with his whole considerable being, in a permanence the war itself was slowly proving false, and who had no single villainous act to answer for, only the slow erosion of a certainty that had once been the truest thing about him. She did not fight in this war, and the tellings do not record her taking any side as openly as Themis or as quietly as Oceanus. What they record instead is a patience that ran alongside the war's whole 10 years without ever quite belonging to either side of it. A Titaness waiting, as the war ground on around her, for whatever ending would finally come, so that the children still unborn in her might, at last, be born into a settled order, rather than into the contested and unfinished light the war had made of the whole young sky. When the war ended and the new cosmos was divided among the victors, it was in this settled aftermath that Helios, Selene, and Eos finally took their places, sun and moon and dawn, claiming at last the ordered paths across the sky that no combatant on either side of 10 years of fighting had ever had the settled peace required to properly establish. Thea's waiting, unglamorous and largely unsung beside the war's louder dramas, ended not in any triumph of her own, but in the quieter victory of simply having endured long enough to see her children born into a world finally capable of giving them a sky worth ruling. Interlude 13. Briareus and Hyperion at the Breaking belongs chronologically within chapter 15, during the 3 days Othrys's line broke. Of every individual contest fought across the whole 10 years of this war, none carried more weight in what it revealed than the meeting between Briareus, second of the 100-handed brothers, and Hyperion himself, on the second of the 3 terrible days that broke the Titan's line at last. It has not been told in full until now, though this account's earlier chapters have already described its outcome from a distance, in speaking of the bright certainty that, finally, fully failed in Hyperion on that day. Hyperion came to that meeting already dimmed. In the private sense, this account's third interlude has already traced across the whole of the grey years. But dimmed is not the same as broken. And what the tellings describe in this final contest is a Titan fighting not with the unclouded confidence of the war's opening years, but with something harder and, in its way, more dangerous. The fury of a being who senses an ending approaching and has decided to meet it with everything still left in him, rather than yield it cheaply. Briareus met that fury with the same coordinated, redundant strength this account has already described in Gyges' earlier duel with Creus, but where that earlier contest had ground to an inconclusive stalemate over a single afternoon, this meeting carried a different weight from its very first exchange, because the wider battle raging around both combatants left neither the luxury of an unhurried, testing approach. Briareus's 100 arms closed on Hyperion from every angle nearly at once, and Hyperion, bright, terrible, and for the first time in this whole long war, genuinely uncertain whether his own strength would prove sufficient, met that closing assault with blows that the tellings describe as carrying, even in their dimming, a force capable of staggering even a being built on Briareus's redundant scale. It was not, in the end, any single blow that decided the contest, any more than any single blow had decided the wider battle raging around it. What decided it was the same structural truth this account's 13th chapter has already set out at length, that a being with 100 arms simply does not tire, retreat, or falter on anything resembling the schedule a single-bodied opponent, however mighty, requires in order to sustain a fight of this intensity. Hyperion struck, and struck again, and struck a third time, with a force that would have ended a lesser opponent outright. And Briareus absorbed each blow with 50 different heads, registering 50 different points of impact, redistributing the weight of each strike across a body, built specifically to survive exactly this kind of sustained punishment, and pressed forward regardless. The tellings describe the moment Hyperion's resolve finally, fully broke, not as any dramatic collapse, but as something quieter, and, in its way, more devastating. A single pause, mid-strike, in which the old certainty this account has tracked, dimming across 7 grey years finally, visibly gave out entirely. And Briareus, sensing the change as clearly as if it had been spoken aloud, did not press the advantage into any final, decisive blow, but simply held his ground, arms still raised, waiting in the same patient way. His own long imprisonment had once taught him to wait. For Hyperion to withdraw from a contest, both combatants now understood, without needing to say so, had already been decided. Hyperion did withdraw, and it is this detail, Briareus choosing to let him, rather than pressing for the kind of clean and final victory a lesser account might have preferred to tell, that the surviving tellings linger on longest, because it says something about the whole character of Zeus's chosen allies that no single battlefield triumph could as clearly demonstrate. That even in the war's most decisive hour, mercy shown where mercy could reasonably be afforded was already, before the war had even fully ended, becoming the instinct of the side that would soon govern what came after it. Interlude 14, Coeus and the Unshaken Axis, belongs chronologically within Chapter 9, during the war's early middle years. Coeus, among the least celebrated of the great Titan generation in the tellings that survive, held a domain that even his own contemporaries struggled to describe plainly. Something bound up with the fixed intelligence of the heavens, the axis around which the whole unfinished sky seemed, in that early age, to turn. And it was this quality, abstract and difficult to name, that made his single recorded duel against Poseidon one of the stranger contests this whole long war produced. It came in the war's 2nd year, before the 3rd-year stalemate had taught both sides the deeper lessons this account's 10th chapter has already described, and it began, in the tellings that preserve it, not as a contest of strength in any straightforward sense, but as something closer to an argument conducted through combat. Poseidon's restless, ever-shifting strength, meeting Coeus's fixed, unmoving steadiness in a clash that neither combatant, by the contest's own strange internal logic, could resolve through the methods that had settled every other duel this account has described. Poseidon struck and struck again, driving the trident's full force against a Titan who did not so much block each blow as simply refused to be moved by it. absorbing the trident's terrible strength, the way the axis of the heavens themselves might be imagined absorbing the turning of everything around it, without ever once shifting from its own fixed point. The tellings describe Poseidon's growing frustration across this contest, with an honesty that does him, in its way, considerable credit. A young god still years from the mastery of his own domain, that later chapters of this war would show him earning, discovering in real time that raw strength, however overwhelming, does not always find purchase against an opponent whose entire nature is built around the simple, stubborn refusal to be moved at all. It was Coeus, in the end, who broke the stalemate, and he did it not through any counterstrike, but through the one method his own fixed nature made available to him. He simply outlasted Poseidon's fury, absorbing blow after blow without yielding an inch, until the young sea god, exhausted not by any wound, but by the sheer grinding frustration of striking again and again against something that would not move, withdrew from the contest first, the second time in this account's tellings that Poseidon's own restless temperament had cost him a clean victory against a more patient opponent. The tellings do not record this contest as any great turning point in the war's larger shape, and it is worth including here precisely because it was not one. A reminder, alongside the earlier duel between Crius and Gyges, that the countless individual contests filling this war's grinding middle years produced far more inconclusive stalemates than decisive victories, and that the young god's eventual triumph was built, in the end, not on any single champion's dominance in single combat, but on the patient, collective weight of an alliance that could afford to lose 100 such contests, so long as it never once let that losing turn into the kind of comprehensive collapse the Titan's own line would eventually suffer. Interlude 15. Hera's Stand belongs chronologically within Chapter 16, during the final rout. Hera's part in this war, this account has already noted in passing, was built less on any single dramatic stroke than on the steady, unwavering authority that had made her, by the war's middle years, a voice the Olympian Council trusted even before the standing of a queen had been formally settled upon her. It would be easy, given this, to assume she took no direct part in the fighting itself, and the tellings are careful to correct this assumption, because the final year of the rout produced one contest involving her that deserves telling in its own right. Phoebe, titaness of prophecy and of the shining oracular intellect that ran in her line down through generations, the war itself would never live to see, had fought for Cronus's cause through the whole of the conflict, with a quieter but no less committed loyalty than her more famous siblings. And it was Phoebe whom Hera met in the war's final weeks, at the edge of one of the last contested stretches of ground still held by Titan forces. The contest between them, as the tellings describe it, was unlike most of the individual duels this account has already recorded, because it was fought less through raw strength than through something closer to a battle of wills and of steady nerve. Phoebe's prophetic gift lending her, throughout the exchange, an unsettling foreknowledge of Hera's next movement that might, against a less composed opponent, have proven decisive on its own. Hera met this foreknowledge not by trying to outguess it, which the tellings suggest she recognized early would be a fool's approach against a being literally gifted with sight beyond the present moment, but by relying instead on the same steady, unwavering composure that had already, by this point in the war, become her defining quality among the Olympian Council. She did not vary her approach to confuse Phoebe's foresight. She simply pressed forward, again and again, with the same unbroken steadiness, until Phoebe's own advantage, built on anticipating variation, surprise, the unexpected turn, found itself with less and less to actually anticipate. Phoebe withdrew from the contest in the end, not defeated outright, but recognizing, the tellings suggest, the same truth Hyperion had recognized 2 years before, at the breaking of Othrys. That a war fought against opponents who no longer wavered, no longer needed cleverness or misdirection to hold their ground, was a war that her own particular gifts were no longer well suited to changing the outcome of. She was among those spared the full binding of Tartarus's deepest dark in the war's final reckoning, the tellings note. Her surrender in that final contest counted, alongside Rhea's pleading and Themis's careful argument, among the reasons the victorious gods judged her deserving of the more measured mercy this account's 19th chapter has already described. Interlude 16. Demeter's only battle belongs chronologically within chapter 12 during the Grey Years. Demeter fought only once in the whole span of this war, and the tellings that preserve the single occasion do so with a care that suggests they understood, even at the time, how much that singularity said about her. A goddess whose entire nature ran against the taking of any life or the striking of any blow, forced, for one contested afternoon in the war's 5th year, into exactly the kind of violence everything in her resisted. It happened when a Titan raiding party, led in most tellings by a lesser and now largely forgotten son of Oceanus's more warlike kin, one of the few among that great river god's children who had chosen a side rather than follow their father's careful neutrality. Struck at a stretch of ground Demeter had spent the better part of a season coaxing back toward something resembling growth, the first real green the war-scarred middle ground had produced since the fighting began. The raiders had not come for the ground itself, the tellings suggest, so much as for the symbolic weight of destroying it, understanding, as the war's more calculating minds on both sides had long since come to understand, that a war fought between the undying was a war fought as much over morale and meaning as over any actual territory. Demeter met them there, and the tellings describe what followed with an unusual tenderness toward its own subject, as though even the old singers felt the particular wrongness of what they were narrating. She did not fight as Poseidon fought, with overwhelming forward force, or as Hera would come to fight, with unbroken steadiness. She fought instead with what the tellings call a grief-turned weapon, calling up from the churned and battle-scarred earth beneath the raiders' feet roots and brambles, faster than any ordinary growing season could produce them, not to kill, for killing was never fully available to either side of this war in any case, but to bind, to entangle, to hold the raiders fast in growth, grown savage and thorned by the very grief their raid had provoked in her. It worked, in the narrow sense that the raiding party was driven off, and the season's fragile new growth, though trampled, was not entirely destroyed. But the tellings are honest about what the contest cost her beyond the physical effort of it. She is described afterward sitting alone, amid the very ground she had just defended, weeping not from any wound, but from the plainer and harder grief of having turned her own gift, the gift of growing things, of coaxing life back into ground that violence had already tried once to ruin, into an instrument of that same violence, however briefly and however justified the cause. She did not fight again in the whole remainder of the war, the tellings note, not from any failure of courage, but from a considered choice the old singers seemed to respect rather than judge, that her part in this war would be the patient, unglamorous work of restoration rather than combat, and that the single afternoon she had spent turning growth to violence, however necessary it had been in that one contested moment, was not a role she intended to occupy any more than the war's own harder necessities absolutely required of her. Interlude 17. Arges at the Forge's Edge belongs chronologically within Chapter 14, during the final unleashing of the 100-handed ones. The Cyclopes are remembered, in nearly every telling that survives, as smiths rather than warriors, and this account's own 7th chapter and its later interlude on the forge beneath have already given that craft its due. But there came one moment, in the war's final and most desperate stretch, when Argus, the bright one, youngest of the 3 brothers, and the one whose gift had always run toward clarity and precision rather than raw destructive force, set down his tools and took up, for the only recorded time in the whole of this war, a weapon of his own making, and met a Titan directly in the kind of combat his brothers had left almost entirely to others. It happened on the 3rd and final day of the assault that broke Othrys's line, when a detachment of Titans, understanding with the particular clarity of the truly desperate exactly how much the young god's strength depended on the Cyclops' continued craft, attempted a strike aimed not at the battle's main front, but at the forge itself, hoping to silence the source of Olympus's weapons before the assault's final hours could be decided. It was a sound strategy in its way, and the tellings suggest it very nearly succeeded, for the forge in those final desperate hours of the war was defended by far fewer hands than the vast bulk of Olympian strength, which remained committed to the main assault against Othrys's crumbling line. Brontes and Steropes fought what defense they could with the raw, hammering strength their names had always suggested. But it was Arges, the tellings insist, who turned the contest. And he turned it using the very quality that had always set him apart from his brothers. Not force, but the same terrible clarity he had once worked into the thunderbolt itself, so that every blow he struck against the raiding Titans landed, the tellings say, with an uncanny precision that seemed to find, again and again, exactly the point of greatest vulnerability in whatever guard was raised against it. He fought, in other words, the way he had always forged, not with Brontes's raw destructive weight, but with the same exacting truthfulness Arges had once set into Zeus's own weapon, turned now, for this one desperate hour, directly against the Titans who had come to silence him. The raid was broken, the forge preserved, and the assault on Othrys's line continued to its decisive conclusion without ever losing the steady supply of craft that had sustained it. Arges returned to his tools once the raiders were driven off, the tellings note, and never again in the whole remainder of the war took up arms in his own defense, content, it seems, to have proven what needed proving in that one desperate hour, and to return, with evident relief, to the quieter work his whole nature was actually built for. Interlude 18. The moment Oceanus almost broke belongs chronologically within Chapter 9, testing the neutrality already described in Interlude 5. This account's fifth interlude has already told of Oceanus's long, costly neutrality across the whole span of the war, and of the private counsel from his wife Tethys that first set him on that difficult course. It has not yet told of the single moment, in the war's third year, when that neutrality came closest to breaking entirely. And it is worth recovering here, because it says something important about how thin the line between principled restraint and open combat could run, even for a Titan as ancient and as settled in his purpose as Oceanus. It happened when a contest between Poseidon and a lesser Titan ally of Cronus's cause spilled, in the chaos of the fighting, directly into Oceanus's own encircling waters, not by any deliberate provocation on either combatant's part, but through the simple, uncontrolled violence of two powerful beings locked in struggle near a shoreline that offered neither of them any reason to fight with particular care for what lay beneath them. The contest churned the waters violently enough to threaten, in its wilder moments, several of Oceanus's own river god children who dwelt near that stretch of coast, and the tellings describe Oceanus rising, for the first and only recorded time in the whole span of this war, with something close to genuine fury, his vast encircling form gathering itself toward the shoreline, with an evident intention to intervene directly, rather than merely withdraw his waters, as he had done in every prior instance of battle, straying too near his domain. What stopped him, the tellings suggest, was not any failure of resolve, but the sudden, urgent intervention of Tethys herself, who is described reaching him before his fury could translate into any action that might have drawn him irreversibly into the war on one side or the other. She reminded him, in words the tellings preserve with unusual specificity, given how private the exchange must have been, that a single act of open combat, however justified by the immediate provocation, would not stay contained to a single contest, that the whole careful architecture of neutrality he had maintained for 3 hard years would collapse the moment either side could reasonably claim he had already broken it, and that his children, whom he sought in this moment to protect through direct intervention, would be far better protected in the long run by a father who remained, however strained, above the fray entirely, than by one who had finally, however understandably, been drawn into it. Oceanus withdrew his waters instead, in the end, pulling the contested shoreline's flow back sharply enough to separate the two combatants, without ever striking a blow himself. And the tellings note this as the closest the whole 10 years of war ever came to drawing the ancient river Titan fully into the conflict his careful neutrality had, until that single tense hour, so consistently avoided. It cost him something, the tellings suggest, to choose restraint over the fury that moment had genuinely provoked in him, and it is this cost, visible in a being who otherwise moved through the whole war with such settled, unshakable calm, that makes the moment worth preserving, a reminder that even the most principled neutrality is not the same as an absence of feeling, but a choice, renewed and tested and nearly broken, again and again, across every year it was required to hold. Interlude 19. Zeus and Iapetus at the route's edge belongs chronologically within chapter 16, during Iapetus's final stand. This account's 16th chapter has already told of Iapetus's final stand in the war's last weeks, fought as much against the private grief of his son Prometheus's earlier defection as against the Olympian forces pressing his line. What it has not yet told is the direct meeting between Iapetus and Zeus himself in the final days of that stand, which the tellings preserve as a quieter and stranger contest than the earlier duel at Othrys's gate, because it was fought between two combatants who each, in their own way, already understood how it would end. Zeus came to that meeting not seeking it, the tellings suggest, but encountering it in the same churning, accidental way his own earlier meeting with Cronus had come about. The route's final weeks having reduced the war's once clear battle lines into exactly the kind of chaotic, overlapping contest in which old enemies might find themselves suddenly, unexpectedly face to face. Iapetus did not flee this meeting, though every practical calculation available to him by that point in the route would have counseled retreat over engagement. He met Zeus's approach with the steadiness the tellings describe as carrying less the fury of a combatant still hoping to win than the simple, dignified refusal to let his final stand be remembered as anything other than a stand freely chosen. What passed between them in words before the fighting itself began is preserved in fragments only, but the fragments that survive are worth setting down because they capture something this whole account has tried, across its many chapters, to hold on to, that even a war this total, fought between forces this vast, remained at its core a family's grief working itself out through violence. Iapetus is said to have asked Zeus, in the moment before their blades met, whether he understood that his own victory, however just its cause, was building toward exactly the shape of rule it claimed to be ending. Power concentrated, ultimately, in the hands of whichever generation had proven itself strongest, exactly as Cronus's generation had once proven itself strongest against Uranos's. Zeus, the tellings say, did not answer this with any easy reassurance, because he did not have one ready, and this account's own 20th chapter has already shown how seriously that same question troubled the victors once the war was finally over. What he offered instead, in the moment before combat, was a plainer promise, that he intended, whatever the shape of the rule that followed, to build something that remembered, rather than repeated the worst of what had come before it, and that Iapetus's own son had already, in choosing Olympus's cause years before, decided to trust that promise before it had ever been tested. The contest itself was brief, and ended not in any decisive blow, but in Iapetus's own choice to withdraw, once the wider rout around them made continued resistance plainly, comprehensively futile, the same recognition that had already, by this point in the war, overtaken nearly every other Titan commander still standing. He was bound, in the war's final reckoning, alongside the other Titans who had fought hardest and longest for Cronus's cause. And if there is a mercy, the tellings note in how that binding was carried out, it is only this, that Zeus himself is said to have overseen it personally, with a gravity that acknowledged, even in victory, the weight of binding a Titan whose final words to him had asked a question Zeus had not yet, by his own admission, fully answered. Interlude 20. The hour Hades was seen belongs chronologically within Chapter 14, during the final unleashing of the 100-handed ones. This account's 9th interlude has already described the whole quiet architecture of Hades's unseen work through the war's long middle years. The intelligence gathered, the councils watched unnoticed, the recognition he never fully received for a contribution built entirely around not being noticed. It has not yet told of the single hour, in the chaos of Othrys's final breaking, when the helm's gift failed him, or was set aside by his own choice, and Hades fought for the only recorded time in this whole war, in the open, where every combatant on the field could see him. The tellings differ on whether the helm's power genuinely failed in that hour, worn thin perhaps by the sheer accumulated strain of the battle's chaos, or whether Hades set it aside deliberately, judging that the moment called for something the unseen approach could no longer provide. What they agree on is the cause. A detachment of Titan defenders, rallying with the particular desperate fury of a line that knows itself broken, had turned their efforts toward one of the 100-handed brothers, already staggered by the sheer duration of the assault. And Hades, watching unseen from close by, judged that unseen watching alone would not be enough to prevent what was about to happen. He struck without warning, in the open, and the tellings described the shock of it rippling through both sides of that particular contest, almost as visibly as the blow itself. Titan defenders who had spent 10 years never quite certain whether Hades was present in any given battle at all, suddenly confronted with him fully manifest, wielding a strength that had spent 9 years being applied everywhere except in open, visible combat, and finding, in the confrontation, that the same patient watchfulness that had made him so effective unseen made him, once revealed, an opponent who seemed to already know every weakness in the formation arrayed against him. The contest was brief, and by the standards of the war's more famous duels, unglamorous, ending with the Titan detachment scattered and the threatened 100-handed brother given the moment's respite he needed to recover his own footing in the wider assault. Hades withdrew back into unseen work almost immediately afterward, the tellings note, and never again in the whole remainder of the war fought so openly, as though the single hour had been exactly what it needed to be, and no more, a reminder offered once and only once of the strength that had spent 9 years working patiently in the dark, precisely because it had chosen to, not because it lacked any other way of being useful. Interlude 21. Steropes and the Titan of Trials belongs chronologically within Chapter 9, during the early middle years. The final duel this account preserves in detail belongs to Steropes, second of the Cyclopes brothers, whose gift, the tellings describe it as a kind of precise, illuminating force, the lightning's own particular brightness given to a smith's exacting eye, found itself tested directly against a Titan, the tellings name only as one of Creus's own lesser kin, a figure whose domain concerned itself, in that early and unfinished cosmos, with trials and ordeals of the kind that would one day, in ages long after this war, come to govern contests of honor and justice among mortals. It is a fitting opponent for Steropes to have met, the tellings suggest, because the contest between them turned out to be less a battle of raw strength than a genuine trial in the older, formal sense of the word. the Titan of Trials, proposing, in the moment before combat, that their contest be decided not by whichever combatant struck first or hardest, but by whichever combatant could withstand the greater ordeal without yielding. A proposal that appealed, the tellings note with a certain dry humor, precisely to Steropace's own long history of enduring exactly this kind of test, having spent an age chained in Tartarus's dark before ever coming to this battlefield at all. What followed was less a duel in the conventional sense. This account has used the word elsewhere than a mutual ordeal, each combatant subjecting the other to trials of endurance, sustained pressure, prolonged exposure to forces each understood the other would find difficult to withstand, rather than any single decisive exchange of blows. Steropes endured every trial put before him with the same flat, unbroken patience that had carried him through an age of imprisonment, and it was this quality, more than any raw strength, that eventually proved decisive. A Titan whose whole domain concerned itself with testing others found himself in the end tested past his own capacity by an opponent whose tolerance for prolonged ordeal had already been proven in the harshest possible terms, long before this particular contest ever began. The Titan of Trials withdrew, the tellings say, with what grace the circumstances allowed, and is recorded in no further engagement for the remainder of the war. A lesser figure in the larger shape of this account, but one whose single recorded contest offers a fitting close to this cluster of duels, because it returns, in its own quiet way, to the deepest truth this whole epic has tried to hold on to since its earliest chapters, that the war's true currency was never simply strength, but endurance, and that no combatant on either side, however gifted, however ancient, however certain of their own cause, ultimately escaped being measured by exactly that harder standard. Interlude 22, Atlas against the Combined Assault, belongs chronologically within Chapter 16, in the final days before the war's ending. This account has already told, in its 11th chapter and again in its 18th, of Atlas's long unbroken stand and the singular punishment it eventually earned him. It has not yet told of the final contest that brought that stand to its actual end, because Atlas was not, in the end, defeated by any single opponent, and the tellings preserve the manner of his final defeat as carefully as they preserve everything else about him, precisely because it required something the war had needed for no other Titan commander: a combined assault, deliberately coordinated by several of the Olympians' greatest strengths at once. It came in the war's final week, when every other great Titan commander had already fallen or withdrawn, and Atlas alone still held a stretch of contested ground with the same unmoved steadiness that had defined his whole 10 years of fighting. Zeus, the tellings say, judged correctly that no single combatant among his own allies was likely to break that steadiness through direct contest, having watched Hyperion's own long dimming finally break only under Briareus's full, coordinated weight, and Atlas had shown, across the whole war, an endurance that made even Hyperion's considerable resistance look comparatively brief. What followed, then, was not a duel in the sense this account's other interludes have used the word, but something closer to a coordinated trial, several strengths brought to bear at once, in a manner the tellings describe with a certain solemnity, as though even the victors understood They were doing something unusual in requiring so much combined force against a single opponent. Poseidon's trident shook the very ground beneath him, seeking to unsettle a stance that had not shifted in 10 years of lesser pressure. The 100-handed one's full weight pressed against him from every side at once, the same overwhelming redundancy that had broken Othrys's whole line 2 years before, now turned against one Titan alone. And Zeus himself, the tellings say, did not loose the thunderbolt against him, a detail the old singers preserve with evident care, suggesting that even in the war's final desperate hour, some instinct in Zeus recognized that a being who had never once broken through fear or through fury did not deserve to have his ending decided by the war's single most destructive weapon, but by something that at least resembled a fair accounting of his own considerable strength. Atlas held through the combined assault's opening hours with the same unmoved steadiness that had carried him through every prior contest of the war, and the tellings suggest that even his enemies, watching this final stand, found themselves genuinely uncertain whether even this combined strength would prove sufficient. What finally ended, it was not any single failure of his own resolve, unlike Hyperion's contest 2 years before, but the simple, grinding accumulation of pressure from every direction at once, sustained past any point. A single being, however vast his endurance, could reasonably be expected to withstand. The same structural truth this account's 13th chapter first set out, applied now not to a whole line, but to one final, singular defender. He did not withdraw, and he was not, in the end, driven from his ground the way every other Titan commander had eventually been driven from theirs. He simply, finally, could hold no longer, and it is this distinction that Atlas was the only great Titan commander of this whole war who fought until the very physical limit of what fighting allowed, rather than withdrawing once the cause was plainly lost. That the tellings offer as the clearest explanation for why the victors judged him worthy of a punishment built specifically around the very endurance that had defined him, rather than the simpler binding that awaited nearly everyone else. Interlude 23, Poseidon and Cronus, belongs chronologically within chapter 15. During the 3 days Othrys's line broke. This account's earlier telling of the duel at Othrys's gate has already described the one meeting between Zeus and Cronus in open combat. It is less well known, even among the fuller tellings, that Poseidon met his father as well, in a separate contest on that same second terrible day. And though it lacks the weight of the meeting between father and the son, who had freed his siblings, it deserves its own telling, because it reveals something about Poseidon's own character that the war's earlier chapters have only gestured toward. Poseidon came to this meeting already frustrated, the tellings suggest, by 2 earlier contests this account has already recorded. His inconclusive duel with Hyperion in the war's opening hour, and his stranger stalemate against Coeus's unmoving steadiness in the war's 2nd year. And it is worth noting that a god still working across 10 hard years toward the mastery of his own domain that later ages would come to know him for, met his own father for the first and only time in open combat, carrying the accumulated frustration of 2 contests he had not managed to win outright. Cronus, already reeling from the wider collapse of his line and from the meeting with Zeus that had preceded this one by mere hours, did not meet Poseidon's charge with anything like the steady, calculating patience that had once defined his whole long reign. The tellings describe instead a father lashing out with something closer to raw, undirected fury, the last resource available to a king who had already, in every practical sense, lost the war being decided around him. And Poseidon met that fury with the trident's full force, unrestrained in a way his contest with Coeus had never allowed him to be, striking with the accumulated frustration of 10 years finally given a target that would not simply refuse to be moved. It was, by the telling's own account, the single most violent individual exchange of the whole war. Not the most consequential, for that distinction belongs plainly to the meeting between Zeus and Cronus that preceded it, but the most simply, straightforwardly destructive, two combatants meeting with nothing held back on either side. Cronus, weakened already by the wider collapse around him, could not sustain the exchange, and withdrew from it in a state the tellings describe as close to genuine defeat, though defeat in a war of this kind never meant quite what it would come to mean in ages still to follow. Poseidon did not pursue him, the tellings note, choosing instead to return to the wider battle still raging around them. And it is this choice, restraint exercised not from any lack of remaining fury, but from the recognition that the wider war still needed him more than any personal reckoning with his father did, that the tellings offer as the clearest sign, in this whole account, of exactly how far the young sea god had grown across 10 years of war from the impatient, easily frustrated god who had once withdrawn first from his contest with Hyperion, unable to find purchase against an opponent that would not simply fall. Interlude 24. The Araigne's warning belongs chronologically within chapter 15, at the height of Othrys's breaking. This account's first chapter has already told of the Araigne's birth, sprung from the earth where Uranus's own blood first fell, born already knowing the shape of vengeance, because vengeance was the very substance of their conception. They have not appeared again in this account until now, and it is worth telling why. Because their single intervention, at the very height of the war's most violent hour, says something about the deeper currents running beneath this whole long conflict that no duel between gods and titans alone could fully capture. They came, in the tellings that preserve this moment, not to fight on either side, for the Araignes had no stake in the question of which throne would govern the cosmos going forward, and never had. They came instead to a single specific contest, the meeting between Zeus and Cronus at Othrys's gate, already described in this account's second interlude, and their presence there, hovering at the contest's edge, unseen by either combatant in the heat of that meeting, but felt, the tellings suggest, in some register beneath ordinary sight, carried a warning that neither father nor son fully understood in the moment, but that later tellings have come to read with considerable weight. The Araignes exist, in the fullest understanding this account's own tellings offer of them, to answer wrongs done within a family by its own members, the very crime Cronus had committed against Uranos, and the crime Uranos had, in his own turn, first inflicted on children, not yet given the chance to be anything but threats in his eyes. Their presence at the duel between Zeus and Cronus, hovering unseen at its edges, has been read by later tellings as a warning aimed not at Cronus, whose crimes were already, by that point, beyond any warning's power to prevent, but at Zeus himself, a silent reminder, present at the very moment he might have struck the killing blow his father's crimes seemed by any ordinary reckoning to deserve, that the Arany's own attention did not discriminate between a father's cruelty and a son's vengeance, and that whatever Zeus chose to do in that contested moment would be watched and remembered and potentially answered by exactly the same terrible impartial justice that had once, in this account's own opening chapter, sprung from Uranos's own wound. Zeus did not strike the killing blow, and this account has already told why in its own telling of that contest, that no such blow was available in a war between beings who do not properly die, and that the wider war's ending was never going to be decided by any single stroke at Othrys's gate, but the tellings that dwell on the Erinyes' silent presence in that hour suggest something more was at work in Zeus's restraint than simple strategic necessity, that some part of him, whether he recognized it fully in that moment or only came to understand it afterward, understood already what this account's own 20th chapter would eventually say most plainly, that the deepest danger facing the new order he was building was not the Titan's continued resistance, but the risk of becoming, in the flush of hard-won victory, exactly the kind of devourer his own father had been, and that the Erinyes, ancient and impartial and utterly indifferent to which generation currently held the throne, would be watching for exactly that failure in every age still to come, with the same terrible patience they had first shown at Othrys's gate. Interlude 25. The Koretes' Dance of Spears belongs chronologically within Chapter 3, during Zeus's hidden childhood on Crete. This account's third chapter has already told of the Koretes' clashing spear against shield around the infant Zeus's cradle, drowning his cries beneath their war drum of noise, so that no sound of the hidden child might reach a father listening across the whole breadth of the young world. It has not yet told of the one occasion when noise alone very nearly failed to be sufficient, and a search party, drawn by some rumor or some misdirected instinct even Cronus's own agents could not fully account for, came close enough to Mount Ida's slopes that the Koretes' usual dance of noise had to become, for one tense night, something closer to an actual defense. The search party was small, the tellings say. A handful of lesser spirits in Cronus's service, sent to investigate rumors that had reached Othrys of some unusual activity on the Cretan slopes. Rumors that fell well short of any genuine suspicion that the sixth child might actually be alive and hidden there, but sufficient to warrant a look. The Koretes, whose whole purpose until that night had been noise rather than combat, found themselves faced with an actual choice: retreat with their charge and risk discovery in the retreating, or hold their ground and turn the same clashing spears that had always been performance into something that might, if it came to it, need to be genuine defense. They chose to hold, and the tellings describe what followed less as a battle in the scale. This account's other duels have used the word than as a tense, close skirmish fought in near total darkness, the Koretes relying less on overwhelming strength, which they did not especially possess, than on the same coordinated, practiced rhythm that had always defined their spear dance, turned now toward genuine combat rather than mere covering noise. The search party, expecting nothing more than an empty mountainside, or perhaps some minor local spirits, unworthy of serious concern, found instead a defense coordinated with an unexpected precision, and withdrew, the tellings say, more confused than genuinely defeated, carrying back to Othris a report vague enough that it raised no further suspicion, but firm enough that Cronus's agents did not think to return to that particular slope again before the war itself made the whole question moot. It is a small skirmish, easily lost beside the war's larger and more famous contests, and it is included here precisely for that reason. A reminder that the whole shape of this war, and the whole eventual triumph of the Olympian cause, rested at its foundation on a much smaller and more fragile victory, won years before the war itself began, by minor spirits whose names most tellings do not even bother to preserve, defending a single hidden infant against discovery on one dark and nearly disastrous night. Interlude 26. Themis's oath-bound duel belongs chronologically within Chapter 10, during the war's early middle years. Themis fought no battles in the conventional sense this account's other interludes have described. Her contribution to the war built, as this account's 8th interlude has already shown at length, on counsel and careful judgment, rather than any blow struck in open combat. But there is one recorded contest involving her that deserves telling, because it was not fought with weapons at all, and reveals something about the particular kind of power her domain actually carried in that unfinished age. It came in the war's 3rd year, when a Titan ally of Cronus's cause, a lesser figure the tellings name only as bound closely to the Elder Order's oldest customs, challenged Themis directly, not to combat in any physical sense, but to a contest of oaths, understanding, as anyone close to Themis's domain would have understood, that oath and binding word carried a genuine weight in that early cosmos closer to physical law than to mere convention. The challenge, as the tellings preserve it, amounted to this: that the Titan would swear an oath to withdraw from the war entirely, if Themis could not answer, truthfully and without evasion, a question he judged she would not be willing to answer honestly, given her defection from her own generation's cause. Themis accepted the challenge without hesitation, the tellings say, and it is worth noting why. Her whole domain rested on the principle that oath-bound word, sincerely given, could not be broken without consequence, that reached beyond mere reputation into the actual fabric of right order itself. And a Titan cynical enough to think she might evade, rather than answer honestly, had, in offering the challenge at all, revealed exactly the kind of bad faith Themis's own domain existed to expose and correct. The question, when it came, was a hard one: whether she had crossed to Olympus's cause out of genuine judgment that right order stood with the younger gods, or out of simple calculation that the younger gods were likely in time to win. Themis answered plainly, and without evasion, that it had been both, that she had judged honestly and without flattering herself, that the judgment was uncomplicated, that an order built on freeing the buried rather than burying the threatening deserved to prevail, and that this judgment had been sharpened rather than compromised by her own honest reading of which side's cause was more likely, in the fullness of time, to actually succeed. She did not pretend that wisdom and calculation could be neatly separated in a decision of this weight, and it was this very honesty, refusing the easier, more flattering answer that might have simply claimed pure principle, that the tellings describe as binding the Titan to his own oath more completely than any more convenient lie could have. He withdrew from the war that same day, oath-bound and unable, by the deepest law of that early cosmos, to break the word he had freely given. And the tellings offer this small contest as proof that Themys's contribution to the war's outcome was not confined to counsel alone, but extended into a kind of combat all its own, one fought entirely in the currency of truth honestly given, in a cosmos still young enough that such truth carried a weight later. More cynical ages would come to doubt it still possessed. Interlude 27. Epimetheus's late turn belongs chronologically within Chapter 16, during the war's final rout. This account's first interlude has already told of Prometheus's early, clear-eyed choice to stand with Olympus, and of his brother Epimetheus's contrasting nature, a being who acted first and understood only afterward, and who found himself, by the plain accident of standing near his own family when the fighting began, fighting for Cronus's cause through most of the war's 10 years, without ever quite having chosen it the way his brother had chosen the opposing side. It is worth telling now what finally became of that unchosen loyalty, because Epimetheus's late turn in the war's final weeks offers a fitting counterpoint to his brother's early foresight, and the tellings preserve it with a gentleness that suggests even the old singers understood the particular difficulty of a being whose whole nature worked against acting, until understanding had already, usually too late, caught up with events. He fought in the rout's final engagements, still nominally on the Titan's side, the tellings say, though with a hesitation that had grown steadily across the war's final years, as the pattern his brother had warned him of years before, finally, undeniably, played itself out exactly as foreseen. It was in the war's very last week, facing an Olympian line he had fought against, in one uncommitted fashion or another, for the better part of a decade, that Epimetheus finally did what his whole nature had always made difficult. He stopped, mid-engagement, and set down whatever weapon he had been given to carry, understanding at last, with the particular clarity that sometimes arrives only when a pattern has finished repeating itself in full, exactly what his brother had tried to tell him before the war had even properly begun. The tellings do not record him formally joining the Olympian cause, for the war was too near its ending by that point for any such formal joining to carry much practical weight. What they record instead is smaller and, in its way, more honest to his whole character. He simply stopped fighting and stood aside and let the war's final engagements pass him by without further participation on either side. A being whose nature had never truly fit the shape of combat to begin with, arriving at last, however belatedly, at the same conclusion his brother had reached years before, through foresight rather than through hard, slow, accumulated experience. He was not bound in Tartarus's final reckoning, the tellings note, judged by the victors. Themys's careful distinguishing at work here, as it was at work throughout the war's final accounting. To have been a combatant more by circumstance than by conviction, and granted in recognition of that late turn the same measured mercy. His brother's early, clearer choice had never needed to be extended to him at all. Interlude 28. Métis's single contest belongs chronologically within Chapter 12, during the Grey Years. This account's fourth chapter has already told of Metis's counsel to the young Zeus, the careful cunning that shaped the emetic draught and set in motion the whole freeing of his siblings. She does not appear again in this account's chapters proper, her contribution to the war understood, in most tellings, as having ended once that first great deception succeeded. But one further contest survives in fragments, from the war's grey years, that deserves telling, because it shows a side of her the earlier chapters had no occasion to reveal. She had remained close to the Olympian cause through the years following the Great Deception, the tellings suggest, offering counsel less frequently than Themis, but with an equally careful precision when she did. And it was this closeness that drew, in the war's 6th year, the direct attention of a Titan commander who had grown to understand, over the accumulated seasons of grinding war, exactly how much the young god's early success owed to cunning rather than raw strength alone. He came for Metis directly, the tellings say, judging, correctly as it happened, that removing the mind behind the war's opening deception might unsettle an alliance that had learned to rely on exactly that kind of careful intelligence. Metis met this direct challenge, not with any weapon in the ordinary sense, for her gift had never been strength, but with the same quality that had once outmaneuvered Cronus himself. She did not meet her attacker's approach directly, but studied it in the brief moments available to her, for the pattern beneath it, and found, the tellings say, that a commander confident enough to hunt the war's cleverest mind directly was also, by the very nature of their confidence, unaccustomed to being outthought rather than outfought. She led him across a running contest that covered considerable ground before it resolved, into terrain that favored deception over direct confrontation, and there, using nothing more than misdirection and the same patient, lock-studying intelligence her name had always promised, turned his own overconfidence into the instrument of his withdrawal, convincing him through carefully placed signs and false trails that she had already fled far beyond his reach, buying herself the time and distance a direct contest of strength would never have afforded her. The tellings offer this small episode as confirmation of something the war's larger chapters have already shown in Themis's and Hades' quieter contributions. That this war, for all its scale and its thunderbolts and its mountain-sized combatants, was never won by force alone, and that the same cunning which had first cracked open Cronus's own careful reign remained throughout the whole 10 years that followed, one of the Olympian cause's most essential and most consistently underestimated weapons. Interlude 29. The Melia's Stand belongs chronologically within Chapter 12, during the Grey Years. This account's first chapter has already told of the Melia's birth, the ash tree nymphs sprung from the earth alongside the Erinyes and the giants, where Uranos's blood first touched the ground. Quieter children, this account called them then, born of violence the way certain flowers are born of fire, and they have not appeared again until now, because their part in this war was never meant to be a loud one. They had taken up across the grey years. This account's 12th chapter has already described at length a role adjacent to Hestia's own quiet tending of the worn and wounded, gathering in the shelter of whatever ash groves still stood unburned amid the war's accumulating damage, those combatants too exhausted or too wounded to remain at the front, and offering what care their own quiet nature could provide. It was not glamorous work, and the tellings that preserve it do so mostly in passing, alongside the larger dramas this account has spent so many chapters on. But there came one afternoon in the war's 7th year, when that quiet work required, for the only recorded time, something closer to open defense. A Titan raiding party, smaller and less organized than the one Demeter had once faced, but no less dangerous for its disorganization, stumbled upon one of the Melia's sheltered groves in the disordered chaos of the gray year's shifting battle lines, and found there not the empty grove they had expected, but dozens of wounded and exhausted combatants from both sides of the war, gathered together under the ash tree's quiet care in a manner that respected no battle line at all. The raiders, the tellings suggest, hesitated at this sight in a way that speaks to something this whole account has tried, in its many interludes, to keep visible beneath the war's larger drama, that even the most committed combatants found something in that gathered, undefended vulnerability that gave them pause. It was the Meliae themselves who broke that hesitation, not through any weapon, but through the same quiet insistence that had always defined them. Standing between the raiders and the wounded, they sheltered with nothing more than their own unarmed refusal to move, and the tellings describe the raiders withdrawing. In the end, not because any force compelled them to, but because the particular, unglamorous courage of that refusal proved, in the moment, harder to overcome than any armed resistance might have been. It is a small stand, and a strange one to call a duel at all, in the sense this account's other interludes have used the word, but it belongs among them precisely because it shows a form of resistance this whole long war rarely required, and even more rarely celebrated. Not strength meeting, strength, but simple, unarmed refusal, offered quietly, and proving, in that one recorded instance, sufficient. Interlude 30, Rhea's near discovery, belongs chronologically within Chapter 3, in the years of Zeus's hidden childhood, before the war's opening. This account's 3rd chapter has already told of Rhea's long, careful deception, and this account's 25th interlude has already told of the one night the Curetti's noise very nearly failed to cover the hidden child's cries. There is a 3rd and final thread from those hidden years worth recovering, because it concerns not Zeus's discovery, but Rhea's own, and the confrontation it produced between husband and wife came closer than any other single moment in this whole account to unraveling the entire deception before the war had even properly begun. It happened, the tellings say, some years into Zeus's hidden childhood, when Cronus, troubled by some vague and inarticulate unease he could not fully account for, a father's instinct perhaps, working beneath the surface of his own confident certainty that all 6 of his children lay safely accounted for within him, began to question Rhea directly about her frequent absences to the distant island where the 6th false child was supposedly being properly mourned, rather than merely, as the truth had it, quietly visited and tended. Rhea met this questioning, the tellings describe, not with panic, though panic would have been the entirely understandable response of anyone standing as close as she stood to a decade of careful deception, potentially unraveling in a single conversation. She met it instead with the same steady composure this account's own interludes have shown surfacing again and again in the war's later years. And it is worth noting that this composure did not first appear once the war had begun and the stakes had grown large enough to demand it. It had been there from the very beginning, tested first and most severely in this quiet, private confrontation between husband and wife, years before any thunderbolt or trident had been forged. She answered Cronus's questioning with grief, genuine enough. The tellings suggest that its genuineness was never in doubt. For whatever else could be said of the deception, Raya's sorrow at the whole situation that had produced it was entirely real, and she had learned, across the whole ordeal, to let that real grief carry the weight of the lie built around it, rather than trying to manufacture some entirely false performance that might have rung hollow against a husband's own instinct. She spoke of a mother's need to visit, again and again, the place where a lost child's memory still lingered. And she did not need to invent this need, because she felt an equivalent version of it every single time she made the journey to see the true, living child hidden there instead. Cronus's suspicion, the tellings say, receded, not because the deception itself was flawless, but because the grief offered in its defense was not. And a husband looking for evidence of a lie found instead in his wife's genuine sorrow. Exactly the kind of proof that satisfied whatever unease had prompted the questioning in the first place. It is worth sitting with the strange, sad irony this leaves behind, that the whole deception which would eventually cost Cronus his throne survived its single closest brush with discovery not through any clever misdirection, but through the simple, terrible truth of a mother's genuine grief, offered honestly in defense of a lie that grief alone could never have justified telling in the first place. Here ends the interludes. Hopefully you enjoyed this special video as much as I did. There are still titans to explore and discover as we continue, so buckle in. Night creatures, may you sleep peacefully, without worry, with sweet dreams.